All right, we'll go ahead and issue the call to order. We've got 7 p.m. and today is February 20th, 2024. We'll start with the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Next, we'll move on to the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Mr. Martin will provide the invocation, followed by Mr. Adams on the pledge of allegiance.
We bow your heads. Our Father, Lord, we come before you as your humble servants. Lord, I thank you for our county, and I thank you for our citizens that have come out tonight, Father. Just let us have good discussion. Give us wisdom, Lord, as we discuss matters of the county, and that we make appropriate decisions where necessary. Father, I pray a blessing on all of our county employees, law enforcement, public safety. No matter what the job is, Lord, we just thank you that they're doing it for the better of our community. And we just ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. If everyone could direct themselves to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next item we have is citizen comment. One thing I'd like to remind you all, if you're here to speak in regards to one of the public hearings tonight, I'd ask that you hold your comments till that time. With that, we'll open the floor to citizen comment. You'll be given 3 minutes. Anybody wanting to speak? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, the comprehensive plan review. Mr. Bryant. Mr. Creasy.
Sorry about that. Chairman, Board, good to see you all. This is an appeal pursuant to Virginia Code 15.2-2232. Piney River Solar LLC has appealed the Planning Commission's ruling of comprehensive plan compliance for special exception request 2023-369. And this is for the parcel in front of you. I'd like to give you a few seconds to get an idea of what the parcel looks like, and now I'm going to flip over to what the proposed development is. On September 28, 2023, the Amherst County Planning Commission reviewed Special Exception 2023-369 as a non-public hearing as a carryover from their public hearing motion on August 17, 2023. Ms. Gamble then made the following motion. I would like to make a motion in accordance with Virginia State Code Section 15.2-2232 that Special Exception 2023-369 is not consistent with the Amherst County Comprehensive Plan due to Land Use Section Goal Number 2, which states to promote the preservation and the use of open space and encourage viable agricultural and forest land uses to protect the county's natural beauty, rural character, wildlife habitats, and water resources, and land use section goal number 2, objective number 7, states to promote retention of agricultural and forest land use in Amherst County. The motion made by Ms. Gamble, seconded by Mr. Thompson, and that motion was approved to deny the request, and that carried with a 6-0 vote. Within this item, there are 6 attachments. One is the memo to the Board of Supervisors, which details both that public hearing and the non-public hearing motions. The second is the land use section for goals, objectives, and strategies, which is part of the Amherst County Adopted Comprehensive Plan. Items 3 and 4 are the Planning Commission minutes from August 7th and September 28th of 2023. And the last two items within this action is the appeal request by Piney River Solar, and item number 6 is supplemental information provided by Piney River Solar. Before you as a handout is a recommended motion for this comprehensive plan review appeal. And at that time, are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions?
Thank you.
Hershberger, you want to come speak?
While he's getting that set up, I will say thank you. My name's Sean Hirschberger. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. With me tonight, I have Michaela Humby. She's an environmental specialist with our team. We also have Dominica Sink, Jamie Houston, Flavia Scotto, and Hannah Watson. So we're all part of the Energix Piney River Solar team, so any questions you have, we're happy to help at the end of this. So one thing I'll also highlight, this is full presentation for the project. We will not be repeating it, I promise, as part of the public hearing. So we will go through this as quickly as we can. Let me see if I can get my eyes on it. So just a little bit about us, who we are. Energix Renewables, we are headquartered in Arlington, Virginia. 90 plus employees in the Commonwealth. We've invested over $1 billion in utility infrastructure in the United States. Current operational capacity, 637 megawatts with a very large 5.4 gigawatt pipeline of activity behind us. Right now we have 14 operational projects in the Commonwealth, an additional one in Pennsylvania. 4 projects in construction will be under construction this year in the Commonwealth. And one thing that we like to highlight about ourselves is we have a commitment to buying and using American-made products. Everything from the panels, the racking, the wiring, the inverters. We make a priority of making sure that the product we deliver is from American manufacturing institutions and delivering clean energy here in the United States. This is a map of where we are in the Commonwealth. You can see it's kind of spread out, but those are all operational projects and more to come this time next year. So y'all know that this project was introduced and we pulled it from the table and took some time to kind of rethink, reevaluate the project, reevaluate the site, following some instructions from members of the board. We reached out to neighbors, community members. We took a lot of time to restart the process. And you see it's a reduced project size, increased setbacks, added condition for phased grading of the project, early vegetation planning. So that would be, at least one planning cycle before construction starts. All planned vegetation will be inserted. We also completed the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessment, increased the community impact, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and also introduced the concept of agrivoltaics to the site. So agrivoltaics, it's what it sounds, agriculture and solar on the same site. We've talked closely with a neighbor of the property, Marvin Koblentz, to introduce his sheep flock onto the site, and this would be primarily introduced outside of the areas that have been the historical tailings ponds areas, so kind of the area that's closer to 151. But yeah, agrivoltaics, it increases the efficiency of the land use, and we currently have one facility in Pamplin that already is featuring sheep. A little bit about the project. It's still a 50 megawatt project like we have discussed before. One of the key features of solar that, especially on a site like this, you're not going to see it, you're not going to hear it, produces no pollution. After construction, you're not going to even know it's there. Over the lifespan of the project, it will produce roughly $10 million in revenue for Amherst County, including a $2.4 million upfront siting agreement payment. The creation of a $30,000 annual community fund that would be directed towards Amherst County nonprofits. Then the project itself has a lifespan of 45 years. And again, we like to reiterate this, our focus is on ensuring that the product we produce is made with American-made equipment. Overview of the site, you see what, this is, kind of the history of the site is this was part of mining operations and historic tailings ponds. So the areas that are kind of highlighted, they were tailings ponds as part of the U.S. titanium operation that's across the river. DEQ and federal EPA list renewable energy projects as one of their best practices for reuse of brownfield sites. And this would, prior to any construction taking place, any dirt moving happening, it would be enrolled in Virginia Department of Environmental Quality's voluntary remediation program. Michaela will explain a little bit more about that in a little bit. We've also committed to having third-party monitors on the site. So this is a lot of information. So I would just say each one of these breaks, if y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'll stop at each break to give you an opportunity to ask any questions before I jump into the next session. So are there any questions right now?
And this is just to clarify questions I've been asked by constituents. $10 million over the life of the project, and you just said it's 45 years. So it's $10 million over 45 years.
So it's roughly $167,000 annually. Yes, ma'am.
Right. 167,000.
Annually.
Not several million, 167,000.
Annually, yes, ma'am.
Right.
And then with a $2.4 million upfront.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? So one of the things we hear a lot about are, view shed concerns. Okay. So starting with landscaping and vegetation on the site. This site is 85% of the site is shielded by existing dense tree cover. That basically you see the thick green outline along the property. That's all existing mature tree cover. So that all would remain. 150-foot setbacks at a minimum would be maintained of that, and that exceeds Amherst County standards. In one section of the property, there is a lack of vegetation, and what we're proposing to install there is 3 rows of evergreen trees that fast growing, again planted prior to construction commencing. Typically what we use here, things like green giant arborvitae, things that have thick, dense, they provide a lot of shielding from anyone on the outside. And then also it would feature 1 row of decorative deciduous trees. So this is the section in question. This is along Patrick Henry Highway. And this is actually across the street. The owner of the parcel, the owner of the project land actually owns this property as well. So this is a view from that angle. So you see that it does have a lack of mature existing vegetation at that site. So this is what it would look at planning. This is 3 to 5 years. And this is a proposed or a glimpse of what it would be kind of like from Patrick Henry Highway at the 3 to 5 year period. You see the deciduous trees are largely just decorative, so it's not just a wall of green. So then going around the property, we'll go kind of clockwise direction here. One of the things that we heard about was the Blue Ridge Railway Trail. Will this have an impact on it? So you see from the top, you see where we took the viewpoint, and the bottom shows the topo from the trail as opposed to the topo of the site. So 2 things that we want to highlight is there's a significant elevation change from the trail to the site, and then the panels themselves are tucked behind a 10 to 15 foot berm, and that kind of theme continues around the site. And effectively what this does is make it impossible to see the panels from the trail. So again, as you're moving around the property, you see that continues. So then neighboring residential units. These are neighboring residential units. We did the same kind of analysis to show here's the existing topo, with tree cover. Took some pictures as well, so you can see, when we move into a little bit deeper dive analysis on these sites, you see what it would look like, what the view shed would be from the moment the project was installed. And you see that, yes, the orange highlighted area, that is what is visible. So if you think back to the view shed, that's a very minor section on the bottom right hand of the actual view shed. And then that section minimizes as the trees grow. So the conclusion of this from 1125 Roses Mill Road is within 5 years, this has been mitigated. The view shed impacts have been largely mitigated. Moving around, see again, natural topo of the site, and you look at the same kind of deep dive analysis of 961 Roses Mill. So you see this is at construction, it is not visible from the site. As the vegetation advances, it's still not visible from the site. There are no view shed impacts from this address. This particular individual was concerned about the view from the very far edge of the 200 acres by Maple Run. So we did the same analysis there, and we did see that there is some impact, some initial impact when panels are installed with no vegetative buffer. So we've provided with Tyler, the similar kind of 3 rows of evergreens to be installed at that section, as well as backing the panel section back to, it's about a 450-foot buffer between the property line and the first panel. And then as the trees mature, you see that view shed impact is mitigated. So that within 5 years, there is no view shed impacts from that angle. Continue moving around the site. See, these are additional neighbors, and again, it's natural topo. There's a picture from 2344 Patrick Henry Highway, about 535 feet from the panels. So that kind of rounds the circle. Another thing that we heard was, how could this possibly impact the Blue Ridge Parkway? So we did a similar deep dive into that. The closest point from the Blue Ridge Parkway is 15.37 miles from the site. And then we took it a step further to highlight, so you see the points, the little green points, those are actually points those are the only points that are eastern facing slopes that could potentially have the ability to see the site. Everything else that's kind of excluded, those are western-facing slopes or northern-facing slopes that, obviously you're on the other side of a mountain. So we did it's kind of basically a view shed heat map is what you see here. And what it shows you is the darker the color, the more unable to see the site you are. So basically the whole site from the Blue Ridge Parkway is buffered by a mountain range that's right here. So 15 view shed consideration points, and this was actually based on a panel height of 15 feet, and our panels are 12 feet at max per the conditions. So then another thing that was brought up was Mount Pleasant. The Mount Pleasant summit is actually part of that buffering mountain range that you saw in the last slides. So it's 8.2 miles is the distance from the Mount Pleasant summit to this site. So there is no visual buffer between these two. So what we did to kind of show what it looks like is we went 8.2 miles from our facility in Pamplin, and we calculated the difference between where we were taking this and where Pamplin Solar is, and matched that up with the difference in elevation from Piney River Solar to Mount Pleasant Summit. And then we flew a drone that elevation difference. So it was the same elevation difference that we would be talking about with Mount Pleasant Summit. And 2 things to point out is, one, obviously you see it, the Thomasville Industrial Facility. That is a 831,000 square foot facility with 40-foot walls. And on your view shed, when you're at that elevation change, that's about 3 to 4 miles away from where we're talking. That's what it looks like. That a facility of that size, that's what it shows up as. So Pamplin Solar being pointed at in the distance, that is what you see from a distance of 8 miles. Are there any questions about Viewshed? I'm going to turn it over to Michaela Humby. She's the environmental specialist with us, and she's going to walk through the environmental section.
Hi, thank you again for allowing us to speak about this project. So as Sean had previously mentioned, we had conducted environmental assessments on this property, the first one being a Phase 1 environmental site assessment. The purpose of that was to identify any potential pre-existing contamination. From there, we were able to identify the exact locations of these tailings ponds as well as the existing junkyard. Based on those locations, we conducted a comprehensive environmental site assessment, which included soil and groundwater sampling. And these localized locations are based on, as I said, the previous tailing ponds and also the junkyard locations. These were sampled to a maximum depth of 8 feet below ground surface, which is going to be the maximum depth of ground disturbance at the site during construction. For the environmental sampling, we included the priority pollutant metals, which would be the primary constituents of concern associated with the historic use of the property, as well as the historic use of the neighboring property. We also sampled the pH of the water on site. Excuse me. A little bit of background information on the environmental sampling itself and the levels that we were comparing these concentrations to that were identified. These are levels that are established by the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. And there were 2 applicable levels that we reviewed for this property. The first one being the residential, which would be the most strict levels. Those are levels that are calculated based on a conservative assumption that an exposure to said chemical or constituent of concern is occurring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, the appropriate use of based on the current use and proposed use of the property, those would be the commercial screening levels. It is also important to note that the only individuals who would come in contact to the materials on site would be construction workers and those who are working in the operations of the site. That being said, the DEQ would oversee this entire quote-unquote remediation process, which I will touch on the next slide or in a slide or two. But those would include a high level of oversight from the community, but also from the state regulators, which would include a remediation plan. In this case, this would include a vegetative cap. As Sean had mentioned earlier, that vegetation would include pollinator-friendly habitats. In addition to ensuring that no adverse impacts are occurring on any neighboring property, including Piney River. As seen in the graph on your screen, you can see that there were no exceedances of the residential screening levels except for nickel. You can see in the boxed area right there, the detected concentration was slightly above the residential, but well below the commercial screening level. Again, for this specific contaminant to be of concern, you would have to be exposed to this chemical in the soil, whether that's ingesting it or touching it or inhaling it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I touched on this a little bit earlier, but the plan would be to enroll this property through the state-led voluntary remediation program. As you can see from the flow chart, it is a very comprehensive process, and although there are several plans that we would implement regardless of whether or not we enrolled into this program, there's that extra level of protection because ultimately their goal is to make sure there are no impacts to the human health and the environment. Those would be individuals on site and all the neighboring properties as well. I did also want to provide a little pH scale for the site so you can see where we're at and also allow me to explain what the previous issues were because a concern that we had heard was, will this cause another fish kill? The simple answer is no, it would not. As you can see here, our current on-site pH based on our last sampling was at 5.4. That is within the clean rain pH range and is considered to be suitable for aquatic life. The pH, back when the fish kill occurred several decades ago, was closer to lime juice. It was about 2.8. You can see that is more acidic than a can of Coke, but fortunately not as bad as battery acid. But that, even if all of the runoff on the site ended up in Piney River, a fish kill due to the pH would not happen again. There is also still ongoing monitoring requirements associated with the offsite operations. And as recent as, I believe, December 2023, the pH range has been acceptable just downstream of our site at Piney River. If memory serves me, it's about 300 feet away from the property line, and it has been between about 6.6 and 8.6. Earlier, I had stated that even if all the runoff were to be diverted into Piney River, the site, would not impact the pH aquatic life suitability for Piney River. However, there will be several stormwater management and erosion and sediment control plans that are implemented during construction phase, as well as several ponds maintained throughout the life of the project. So there will essentially be several fail-safe options to prevent that from happening. You can see here in the pictures the several examples of additional stormwater management and erosion sediment control plans that would be implemented and maintained. This would also be overseen by the DEQ as well as the voluntary remediation program administrators within the DEQ. So there would be two separate administrators overseeing this project. All of these necessary environmental approvals will be obtained prior to the construction as is required, and there will be several different line items that are included in the zoning permit should it be implemented. Are there any questions about the environmental aspects?
I've got one question. As far as a project of this size and some of the others, you'd mentioned there'd be 2 admins on this one. How many do you typically use?
From the DEQ? Or, yes.
Just in general? So,
Yeah, generally there is one DEQ inspector that specifically oversees the stormwater management and erosion sediment control because that will be a separate permit. However, there will be an additional case manager through the voluntary remediation program.
Chair, I have a question. If you could back up to your pH slides.
Sure.
Yeah, so
Yes.
basically the current site, the testing that you did shows up at 5.4,
Correct.
right, which is a little less than milk.
Correct.
But I think, but when you move closer to Piney River, it becomes, it goes higher. Why is that?
Just general biological activity or runoff from perhaps other sites can affect the pH. It can go up and down even seasonally as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional environmental questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, another topic, it's always of importance, decommissioning the site. What happens when the project is over? So the simple answer of this is the land will be returned to its pre-existing conditions. So this is, a standard practice when, unlike other types of development, there's a finite lifetime. So at the end of the project lifespan, everything above and below ground will be removed. Any roadways that are created will be returned to the natural state. And I didn't do that, I promise. And the site will be returned to its pre-construction conditions. Important to note that, solar facilities are high value but non-permanent land use. So this is, unlike most, when you change the land use, it's there forever. This is a not a permanent land use. So I'm going to run this brief video. It talks about, big question always is what happens to your panels? What happens to the panels at the end of the lifespan? Well, our panels get recycled. We know that because we have a contract with First Solar. We buy their panels from them. They have an existing operational recycling facility in Ohio. We've used it previously, and we have a contract that will continue to use it as projects are decommissioned. Here, get back to that.
How many, so this is relatively new, how many have you decommissioned and put through the recycling process?
So we have not decommissioned a site. All of our sites are operational, but we have utilized the recycling process, during construction process, if there's breakage of a panel or, operationally, if something happens to a panel, when that happens, we send them back to First Solar and they enroll them in the recycling process. So we've used it periodically, but we have not, all of our sites are currently in operations and we have not decommissioned one.
You don't have any experience yet with what the decommissioning and the recycling process would look like, right?
So we have experience with the recycling process, yes.
Very minuscule.
Correct, but the decommissioning process itself is, you've been to facilities, I'm assuming, it's racking, it's wires, it's panels, they're simply removed. And not only is it a relatively simple process, but it's also backed up with a surety bond. So that would be in place for the life of the project, where, if anything happened to Piney River Solar, Energix Renewables, that would be there to ensure that the site was completely decommissioned at the end of its useful life. And that would be in effect, I'm trying to think of the conditions, anytime there's even if it's before 45 years, there's a condition in the SUP conditions that, the surety bond is there to ensure that this is taken care of. And we put those bonds with, reputable financial institutions with, long tenure of successfully issuing bonds. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question regarding, from all the research I've done, it seems that this is new, the recycling of the panels, because a lot of this technology has just came out. And you were saying upwards of 90% of the panel can be recycled, but it's hard to find any information that states that's true, through my research. It's really hard to do it. A lot of times it's saying, 10% of retired solar panels are being recycled, and it's hard to separate the heavy metals and the other things that are in the units. So I don't know. I haven't read a whole lot, out there about recycling solar panels. I've read about the glut of solar panels that are going to be coming to landfills and things like that in the future, and So if you could enlighten me, I certainly would appreciate it.
I'd be happy to. So one, the panels we use, the technology we use is different. It's about 50% of worldwide installations of utility scale solar are the panel technology that we use. This is a uniquely American technology, unlike what when most people think of solar facilities, they think of silicon wafer panels. This is not that. So this is a different process, a different semiconductor, and again, it's proprietary technology with First Solar. First Solar manufactures them. They also run the recycling facility. It's also important to note that we hear that a lot about the glut, so to speak, of waste. In a worst case scenario, the worst case scenario for future waste product from solar facilities, it pales in comparison to that of, say, a coal ash or just municipal waste. So it's a tiny fraction of both of those things put together. Please.
Would it be okay if I add something?
Sure.
My name is Dominika Sink. I'm Senior Director of Project Development at Energix. To your point, talking about the newness of the technology, so solar panels have been around for decades. This specific technology that we're using, it was started over 25 years ago. So the oldest known facility is actually in Golden, Colorado. It's been there for over 20 years. And so that facility is a federal facility. It's a National Renewable Energy Laboratory where that technology has been tested. And so since then, First Solar has been working on establishing their recycling program because that's their competitive advantage. As they start getting the panels that get decommissioned, they don't need to procure raw materials. It's a really great program for them where they can get that semiconductor, as mentioned, it can be recycled 41 times over, where they separate the laminate, the glass, they'll pulverize the semiconductor, leach it in acid. And they have been doing that. They've been increasing the capacity of their facility as more sites are coming offline. They're actually opening a second facility in Louisiana to ramp up their recycling. They have functional recycling facility in Germany where they have been recycling panels from Europe. So this is a really well-established and used technology, so it's not experimental. And I think one thing that Sean mentioned, last year we entered into that recycling agreement to ensure that all of the panels that we start using going forward go to that facility and are reused.
Are there any other questions about decommissioning? I think we've covered a lot of what the next section, panel technology. So as we just discussed, cadmium telluride panels, it's about half of the worldwide installations of utility scale solar projects. We've been over this. Are there any questions about the panels? I don't want to reiterate the same information. I think one thing, that to highlight that Dominika just mentioned, ensuring that the panels are recycled, the semiconductor it's a finite resource. It's a valuable resource. So it's in their best interest to bring these back and recycle them and turn them into new panels. Any questions about panels?
Okay. So then why would you ever decommission it entirely? Why wouldn't you just continue to replace the panels?
So the process of either decommissioning or replacing the panels, it's really up to the landowner. So our lease is 45 years. We view this as a 45-year investment. And, but at the end of the day, it's property owner's rights to either re-up or tell us we've had enough, decommission this, and return the land.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Community benefits. This is a big conversation. I already highlighted a little bit, but just to go a little bit more in depth. Over the lifetime of the project, it's roughly $10 million in annual revenue. Year one, this would be $2,500,017,504 of revenue for Amherst County. That's 25 times increase in the revenue that is realized over the lifespan of the project. In year one, that's basically the equivalent of a 10-cent tax, one-time tax increase for all of Amherst County. And then the equivalent of the annual tax payment, it's close to a 1 cent increase. It's about 75-cent increase in the tax rate. So currently, right now, the annual revenue coming off of this site is $8,762. Under solar facility, after construction, it would be $167,000 roughly on an annual basis. So during the construction process, this would generate roughly 200 well-paying jobs. It would either be hired from Amherst County citizens or people come in, biggest impact on hospitality industries. We're committed to creating an annual Piney River Solar Community Fund. This would be $30,000 annually for providing grants for nonprofit entities within Amherst County that are focused on the betterment of Amherst County and youth community development are certainly things that we've talked about that are highlights.
Back a second.
Sorry, that was inadvertent.
All right. These
Yes, ma'am.
200 jobs, these are temporary jobs. They're not permanent jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
Temporary jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Temporary
give me
jobs.
an idea of the time frame there.
So that's about a 9 to 12 month construction period. So it's a good year influx of spending and economic impact in Amherst County. Long term, we do hire contractors locally for routine maintenance. In addition to that, we also make a priority of hiring local for construction. So the trees, the fencing, specialty inspections, these are all things that would be sourced locally. Engineering services, these are all things that we would try to make a priority of hiring in Amherst County and purchasing in Amherst County. And the other thing is, this would result in the cleanup of a site that has a lot of debris and right now has a questionable status with Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. Taking it through the voluntary remediation program that Michaela highlighted, it essentially closes the book on the history of this site, meaning after 45 years of this project, if it's decommissioned, when it's decommissioned, it will be, essentially, it'll have that check mark from DEQ that this site has gone through the process. It's no longer hampered by its history. Are there any questions about community benefit? It's a brief one. All right, community outreach. Just wanted to highlight some of the efforts that we've taken as part of this project. We've had a website that's been active. We've had social media that's been active. We've done door-to-door with residents on multiple occasions in areas adjacent to the site. We've went down Patrick Henry Highway, Warwick Barton Road, Blue Ledge Loop, as well as Rose's Mill Road, trying to do the length of that span. We've held 3 community meetings where we invited everyone from Amherst County to come and share opinions with us. We went out when we heard concerns that maybe you could see this from the trail. We went out to the site. We installed 15-foot bright orange wind flags so that, if you can see if you can't see a 15-foot orange wind flag over the 10 to 15-foot berm from the trail, there's no way that you're going to see a 12-foot solar panel from the trail. We did site tours of the project site. Our most recent one was a week ago. We actually did one today. Sorry, our most recent one was today. We toured neighboring properties and we spoke with neighbors about the project design. When we pulled the project and restarted from the beginning, we spent a tremendous amount of time speaking with neighbors and community members that we had met and we had heard from about what they wanted to see in a redesign of the project. And we took those comments and concerns directly into what you saw as the final product. We did also hold a community event on the Blue Ledge Loop Trail that was essentially to invite people to come out, walk with us on the trail, see the view shed, see the viewpoints, and see for themselves, how the site interacted and interplays with the Piney River Solar site. And as of, this needs to be updated, I apologize. As of right before the meeting, I provided Mr. Creasy with an additional 15 letters of support. So that's roughly 100 letters of support from members of Amherst County have been delivered as part of, supporting this project. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. I'm sorry that was a little longer than I'd hoped, but thank you for your time and attention and questions. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them now or at the next sections of the meeting.
So you've been very transparent in telling us how much our tax rate is and what the increase will be with this project. You've been very transparent in telling us what the long-term 45 years is. As citizens have talked to me, the message has been this benefits three entities. It benefits you, it benefits folks in Northern Virginia that are buying this, and it benefits the landowners, okay? There's really no direct benefit to Amherst County. We can argue about that, but let's just go with that. So what is the contract with the private landowner here in Amherst?
So the contract with the private landowner is, it's just that, it's a private contract.
You've been very transparent about everything else. The citizens here would really like to know, I mean, everybody's benefiting here except for them. And the people have to look at this. Why can't we know what that is?
So it's a proprietary document that is, it's private business with private landowner. It's not something that's asked of any other type of development, and it's something that
I disagree. We have people coming in here all the time, and we know what they're investing. We know both sides of it. If you can't say, you can't say.
I cannot, ma'am.
Okay.
So, but
That's
I
your
would
answer.
also.
I got it.
Mr. Chair, could I ask your environmental person?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I keep going back
No,
to
you're
the
fine.
pH level. So
Not a problem.
you did the phase one
Yes,
assessment, and basically you found some nickel that was a little bit higher than the residential
correct.
levels, but
Correct.
everything else was within normal
Correct.
ranges. pH seemed fine with the water quality.
That is correct.
So it doesn't sound like the site is in that bad a shape.
I would agree that it is not.
Okay. Thank you. So-
Thank you.
So, Ms. Tucker, it was pointed out to me that once the permit is issued, that the information on the lease would be eligible for the Commissioner of the Revenue to access. However, it is something that has to be held confidential between the leasee, the leaser, and the Commissioner of the Revenue.
And if that's your relationship, I accept that, but I was asked, so I'm asking you.
I understand. Are there any other questions before I turn it over to Scott Foster, our attorney?
I have some general questions regarding the type of solar panel you're using. This is cadmium telluride, I think I'm pronouncing that right.
Yes, sir.
And, at one time that was restricted in Europe, I believe. It's been banned by, I believe, I may be wrong, but I've read this. It may have been rescinded since then, but several counties have outlawed it. Other people have outlawed it. The cadmium telluride is extremely toxic. It's a byproduct of, I think, the zinc industry. It's a heavy metal. If they do shatter or something like that happens, there is a chance that the heavy metals could leach into the ground. I'm not for sure, but can you tell me a little bit more about
I would
cadmium
love.
telluride? Because there's another type of solar panel they also use as well.
Yes, sir. Silicon wafer panels. But yes, thank you. This is one of my favorite topics, so that's why I'm smiling. So cadmium telluride is not cadmium. It's an important distinction. Cadmium and tellurium are two separate metals, and when they're put through a chemical process, they become fused as cadmium telluride. This is no different than you're getting ready to take a drink of water. It's hydrogen and oxygen. What you just drank there is not flammable because it has hydrogen in it. Similarly, cadmium telluride is not toxic because it has cadmium as a component of its chemical composition. So it's important to note cadmium telluride panels, one, they've been in operation for, as Ms. Sink mentioned, over 25 years. During that during that span, there has not been a single instance of documented contamination from these panels. These panels pass the federal T-clip standards, which is the gold standard in figuring out whether a substance can leach or not. So T-clip, essentially what it does is you take the panel and you crush it, you grind it into small pieces of various sizes, and you run water through it for an extended period of time. That tells you whether the component that you're running the water through is going to leach into water or soil. It passes the T-clip test. So that's an important distinction. If you see something that says they do, in every case, it's because there's been an acidic environment similar to that of the recycling process that has been introduced. So the fact that they pass the T-clip test, they pass the just operational test, they're important points to note. And there's also important to mention that in 10 countries, over 50 researchers have studied these panels and vouched for their safety, reliability, and efficiency. And these aren't far-flung academic institutions around the world. Well, they are, but you don't have to listen to them. The Virginia Tech Center for Coal Technology and Research have studied these extensively and said that they're safe to use. So it's one of my favorite things to mention because Virginia Tech, it's a trusted institution, and Center for Coal Technology and Research, certainly not something that would be not trusted for renewable energy. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may. So, going right back to the panels again.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain in more detail as far as the durability of the panel?
Yes. So the panels themselves, they go through rigorous testing from First Solar. They have accelerated lifespan testing in a laboratory that they do. I've seen them, one of the things that they do is they simulate hail in the lab. I've seen them shoot a ball of hail, an ice ball, roughly the size of a softball, directly at a panel at high speed, and it not impact it. So they're tested, they've been put in place, around the world, and their durability, reliability, efficiency have been, have withstood the test of time and lab testing. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
And let me back up one other thing.
course.
When you discuss that T-clip
Yes, sir.
test, who sets that test?
So that's a federal test.
Okay, so it goes through the DEQ? The DEQ sets that?
Thank you.
It's actually a method that has been created by the EPA, and it stands for Toxicity Characteristic Leachate Procedure.
Okay, thank you.
I could never remember what T-clip stands for, so that was very helpful.
Okay.
Anything else? Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, going back to the materials, am I correct in saying that they would have to be ground to pretty much a dust and inhaled to be toxic to people? Is that correct? Like a fine
Hi.
dust?
Are you referring to the panel itself or to the nickel in the soil?
The panels.
The panels, okay.
If you ground them up and inhaled them, that's not something you should do. Certainly not. But yeah, the T-clip process does involve grinding them up and running water through them. Yes.
Clarify, back to Mr. Pugh's comment regarding the materials. That's all. Thank you.
Any more questions before I turn it over to Mr. Foster? Thank you very much.
Foster.
Good evening, Scott Foster. I'm land use attorney with Gentry Lock. I help permit projects for Energex all across the state. I'm going to walk you through the comprehensive plan conformity analysis pursuant to section 15.2-2232. I wanted this presentation to follow Sean's because the majority of what he covered is germane to this comp plan conformity question. So the 2232 review. Virginia Code Section 15.2-2232 requires the location, character, and extent of a public utility facility not already shown on the adopted master plan be reviewed by Planning Commission and determined to be substantially in accord with the plan. Solar facilities are deemed public utility facilities pursuant to Virginia Code Section 56-232, and as a result are subject to this review. As the Planning Commission report detailed, they determined that this project was not substantially in accord with your comprehensive plan. We appeal that determination to you. And now the question of comprehensive plan conformity is heard anew with you, the Board of Supervisors, making your own independent determination. We ask that you reach the opposite conclusion from Planning Commission, find that the project to be in conformity with the comprehensive plan, and either vote in favor of a motion making that determination or approve the citing agreement on your agenda this evening. Either will have the necessary legal effect to satisfy 15-2-2232. I want to talk a bit about the standard of review for matters under 2232. I've used the phrase substantially in accord several times. We should unpack what that means. You're reviewing the project's location, character, and extent to determine that if it is substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. Substantially in this context has been interpreted to mean largely but not wholly, meaning that the standard is not strict conformity, but more in accord than not. The comprehensive plan, as you all know, is your broad land use planning document that memorializes who the county is, who it aspires to be in the future. It serves as a guideline for implementing that vision. It works hand in glove with your zoning ordinance, which is your key tool to implementing the comprehensive plan. Unlike most jurisdictions where I've worked, your comprehensive plan actually provides direct guidance for evaluating solar facilities. Under land use goals and objectives and strategies, Objective 1 states, adopt zoning and subdivision incentives and regulations necessary to implement the growth and management policies contained in this plan. With regard to solar development, you've done that. You've provided for solar in your zoning ordinance, and you've provided a host of use-specific restrictions governing the siting, development, and operation of the use. One of the explicit strategies for implementation of that objective is to promote solar generation facilities that are located in areas that do not have a negative impact on adjoining properties or Amherst County residents. With this specific language, the comprehensive plan has instructed the county and solar applicants on how to site, design, build, and operate in Amherst County. This language is also instructive for you as the decision-making body in evaluating the Piney River project's conformity to the comprehensive plan. Does its location, character, and extent have a negative impact on A, adjoining properties, and B, Amherst County residents? This is the key question the comprehensive plan directs you to answer within its broader context. Let's talk about the analysis here. As Mr. Hirschberger has demonstrated in significant 60-slide detail, this project will not have a negative impact on either group, and its location, character, and extent are, in my opinion, in keeping with the Amherst Comprehensive Plan. Parcel zoning. This parcel is zoned A1, where solar generation facilities utility scale are permitted with a special exception. That same zoning ordinance provides comprehensive regulation of the location, design, siting, and operation, and decommissioning of these projects. Building on that above question, if a project in the A1 district, subject to the negotiated terms of a special exception, can be developed without having a negative impact on adjacent properties and Amherst County residents, then it ought to be determined to be in substantial accord with the comprehensive plan. Sean and his team put together a lot of details on the characteristics of the parcel itself. I won't belabor those. Its current use is a mix of agriculture and heavy equipment storage, but its history, as you all know, goes back a lot further. It's a previously disturbed site, something that we don't see a lot of in solar development. The majority of the time, it's greenfield development. Phase 1 and Phase 2 ESAs confirm that locating a facility here with appropriate precautions will not present a risk to Piney River or the general project area. For this reason, we believe this site is well suited for a solar facility, and many other uses may not be compatible with these characteristics. Furthermore, the comprehensive plan specifically identifies brownfields as opportunities for redevelopment. And this is exactly what this project presents. The surrounding area of the subject property, the project area is adjacent to other rural agriculture and timberland, but it's also adjacent to a number of current and former commercial and industrial uses, including what remains of U.S. Titanium, Campbell's Wood Yard, Boxley Quarry, etc. Relative to its nearby uses, A solar facility will pair in comparison of intensity, environmental impact, and general impact on the Amherst community. A solar facility at this location would seem to be very much in keeping with its neighbors and significantly less disruptive to the environment and general community than many uses already in existence. The character of the project. This goes to the nature of the use and the design of the project, ensuring that the project does, A, not have a negative impact on adjoining property owners or Amherst County residents. The comprehensive plan is clear. The aesthetics and rural nature of Amherst need to be maintained and protected from incompatible uses. This project's design and location achieve that. Sean shared some excellent images detailing the visual impact and the length they've gone to mitigate the visual impact of this project. I drove by it today for the first time in several years, and it's rare to have a project that has that little road frontage that it's a brief moment. The topography is a big help. It's also rare to have a project that is 83% buffered with existing vegetation from day one, and to only have 2,500 feet of area to screen with new vegetation. It's an excellent project compared to some we're working on. Sean detailed the setbacks, a minimum of 150 feet pursuant to the ordinance, and then enhanced buffers in certain areas in excess of 400 feet. And he's also covered the topography in his previous conversation. Solar is actually a really good neighbor to other rural land uses. It's impossible to offend. Living in the country, there's sounds, there's smells that you got to get used to. You cannot offend a solar project, nor, once it's constructed, is it going to emit any noise, sound, light, etc. It's a good neighbor to rural land use. It also doesn't demand county services. There's not many development proposals that come to town that don't need water, schools, or the like. So this project's showing up here in its complete net benefit to the community from a financial perspective. Pursuant to two conditions in the special exception permit, this project will also address current ordinance compliance issues that exist on the property as a condition of the permit that has to be done before the project can commence construction. And Sean has detailed the tax-based contribution, which is a key component of its character. Last, the question of extent. This goes to the size of the project, its orientation within the parcel, and the question of future expansion, and consideration of its impact on adjacent properties and the Amherst community. As y'all noted, as y'all could see, it's neatly arranged within a single parcel, which is rare in solar development. This revised application addresses concerns that you all had with the initial application, reducing the overall footprint by switching panel racking technology. And as previously detailed, the project design accounts for adjacent uses, private and public, ensuring those interests are protected. The proposed limits of disturbance of the project are 206 acres of the 389 total parcel acreage. This project's well sited within the parcel to account for the project's view shed, existing site features, its neighbors, and the motoring public. The project will also consist of separately fenced areas, allowing the natural flow of wildlife through the site. Finally, locating this project on this parcel will not lead to ancillary demand for development. There's no slippery slope here. Permitting this doesn't mean you have to permit something next door. In conclusion, based on the project's compliance with the zoning ordinance, the nature of the site and its location, the extensive and custom design of the project, and the way it will be constructed and operated, we believe the project is more than substantially conforms to your comprehensive plan, and we ask you make the determination to that effect. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Board, any questions for Mr. Foster? All right. No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I do have one more question. Could one of you tell me about the fire load on these panels?
Could you repeat your question?
Talking about flammability, what would happen in case of a fire, that kind of thing, because these are relatively close together and there's a lot of them.
Absolutely. And so that goes a little bit back to what Sean was discussing with fire testing that is done. So they're not flammable, so it wouldn't spread. Usually what we see is there's a fuse that can kind of bust, and then that can damage the panel. We've actually had that situation. We had a fuse that busted, and that one panel went out of commission, so it didn't spread. Usually with solar projects, the thing that we really need to make sure we're on top of is really maintaining the vegetation, because that is the item that, or the thing that if there's dry season, that could lead to igniting and spreading. The equipment itself is National Electric Code rated, Tier 1 equipment, so it's really safe. And I know we have that in our permit. We provide training to local EMS and firefighters to make sure that we help develop standard operating procedures so that everybody knows how to act in case there is an incident. And the panels themselves, I know Sean mentioned again, the semiconductor is non-water soluble. It has extremely high melting temperatures. It's something that wouldn't occur in the environment. It's, you know, would have to put in a furnace under pressure to actually get that to melt. Thank you.
Questions?
Just one other one. Sean, if you may. One of your slides saying it was 200, roughly 200 jobs created from this project. Once your project's completed, obviously I know that's just during the construction phase, and I may have missed this somewhere in the presentation. If I did, I apologize. But once it's complete, is there anybody on site from that point forward to manage any of these risks that Mr. Martin brought up, that we have an event to help facilitate public safety?
So the sites are monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So there's nobody on site on a daily basis. We have an operation and maintenance staff who, you know, they monitor sites. They're traveling throughout, you know, all of our operational sites to, you know, ensure that everything's kept in good order. If there is an anomaly on any panel, it's something that we're notified immediately just through the remote monitoring. Typically, you know, when you're talking job creation, we will employ, you know, local landscapers.
I get that.
But then to the point Ms. Sink just made, it is part of the conditions that we would train the local fire companies on, you know, what to do in case there was an incident. And really that's just, it's mostly a safety precaution to, you know, make sure that, you know, people that go into a facility remain safe themselves.
Thank you.
One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know that Mr. Koblenz will be hopefully having his sheep over there.
Ideally.
So he will have access to the property?
Yeah, so similar, so we have one facility already that has sheep, and he would receive training on how to, you know, have his sheep there, and yeah, he would have access to the areas where his sheep were permitted.
So he doesn't have to wait for someone to let him in, he can just go in there and take
Yes,
care of his
ma'am.
animals?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes.
Is
And
it
being-
sheep or goats that'll eat anything? It's goats, right?
Goats.
Okay. So-
No goats. So he has a flock right now. It's right across the street. His hope is to, you know, what, like many farmers, he raises them, sells them, gets a new flock, kind of start. So what he's hoping to do is be able to increase his flock and just continuously growing, you know, that operation.
Thank you. All right. So we need to vote. All right, board, what's your pleasure? Any discussion?
So this is not a public hearing.
That is correct. It is not a public hearing for this portion.
That's interesting to me, and I looked to Mr. Popovich on this. So this is not a public hearing, yet they essentially gave their public hearing presentation. So we've heard a lot from the developer Yet we haven't heard anything from our citizens yet, right? And the outcome of this decision could pretty much make or either move the project forward or stop it, correct? So, is there a precedence of hearing from the citizens now, or what is your thought on that?
Well, obviously, it's the board's discretion. If you would like to hear from citizens at this point, you certainly have that ability to allow citizens to come to the mic and speak. It wouldn't officially be considered a public hearing because you haven't properly noticed it, but you would at least be able to give the citizens that have attended the opportunity to speak if you so desire.
Board, thoughts?
And this won't jeopardize any future legal action if we go ahead and allow citizens to speak now?
Well, allowing the citizens to speak is a completely discretionary action on your part, and for purposes of providing you any additional information about citizen concerns, I don't think that it would have a negative impact in that respect. Obviously, having to do this hearing first and then considering the applications after makes it a little disconcerting in terms of how all these things operate. But quite frankly, even if you were to side with the Planning Commission's decision at this point, and you then went ahead and held your public hearing for the special exception and changed your mind, theoretically, you could do that. Now, it would look awkward, there's no doubt about that, but, theoretically, it's possible. So, that's why I say it's pretty much completely at your discretion to decide if you want, the public to comment at this stage or wait until the special use exception comes before you for a public hearing. Mr. Foster, do you have something that you?
Yes, go ahead.
It would be all the same to us if you all just chose not to act on the 15-2-22-32 question and then opened your permit hearing, allowed the public to speak, and then you could come back and clean the whole thing up at the end. That way you could go ahead and have your public hearing, the public would have their opportunity, and we'd avoid folks speaking potentially 3 times.
That's a good suggestion. You could certainly table this for the moment, open the public hearing, listen to the citizens, and then make any decisions you want to make after that.
Board, what's your thought on
I would
tabling?
make a motion that we table it momentarily until we hold the public hearing on the special exception. Until we, hold the public hearing on the special exception.
Motion
Yep.
to table for the time being?
And then we'll have to make a motion to bring it off the table, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor of tabling for the moment?
Uh,
All right, that is table. We'll move on to public hearing. The first item we have is special exception 2023-369 Piney River Solar LLC. Mr. Creasy.
A few quick things, Chairman, Board, before I get into the hearing that I would like to go over. The first is that in the item summary, it says that there's no comprehensive plan impact with this. That's clearly not the case with this at all. That was an oversight by staff. If you look under the document entitled Recommended Motions and Conditions, all the comprehensive plan language relating to this special exception can be found in there. And it's also referenced in your 15.2 review as well. Another item that I would like to go over is that staff was handed additional letter of support before the meeting, so this was not handed out to you before, so I'd like to do that now. And the last information to go over before going into staff's analysis is that you'll find within Interjex's application that they include information for not only this parcel right here, but they also include information for this parcel as well, 41A50, and that is from their original application, and those documents that reference these 2 parcels are related to environmental things and things that they cannot change because they did not develop those plans However, Lot 50 is not part of this request. I just wanted to clarify that. So as mentioned, this is a request by Pine River Solar LLC for a special exception in the A1 Agriculture Residential District for a solar energy system utility scale. The parcel has frontage on Patrick Henry Highway and is located at 2508 Patrick Henry Highway and is further identified as tax map 40-A-64. The property is approximately 389 acres large with a single-family dwelling located on it. Future land use map indicates it as agricultural limited with private sewer and water. If you look inside the staff report, there's a conceptual drawing kind of showing Patrick Henry Highway, which is right here. This green line, let me click off of here. This green line is the border between Nelson County and Amherst County. Now I would like to flip on over to the proposed development. Within your staff report, there's a layout of the proposed development and also a map showing the location of the tailing ponds that was provided by Energex. So that is also in your staff report, and that map was also shown in the presentation. So as I mentioned, the purpose of the request is to allow a utility-scale solar generation facility not to exceed 50 megawatts. The project is proposed to be located on tax map 40-A-64. Of the 389 acres, approximately 206 will be incorporated into the project area, and of that 206 acres, roughly 179 will be under panel. The remaining unused parcel will consist of woods, pasture, stream, or wetland areas unsuitable for topography and setbacks and vegetative buffer areas. The system is expected to be configured on a fixed tilt mounted system, with the structures being placed in a permanent location which shall not exceed 15 feet in height. That is the county's ordinance. All components of the project shall be within a 6-foot height security fence with anti-climbing deterrents mounted on top. That is also part of the county's ordinance. The project plans to interconnect with the Clifford 138 kV substation at tax map number 41-A-7. I'm going to click on over to the GIS real quick so you have a better understanding of where that is at. So here's the subject parcel, and right here is where they would interconnect at, and there's also an interconnected study located within your packet. The proposed special exception use indicates one access point located off Patrick Henry Highway. There is an email response from VDOT indicating that should be no issue. Please keep in mind that response also includes access off Rose's Mill, but that parcel has been removed from this proposed application. Within your staff report, there's also information kind of giving you a guide for the applicant's table of contents. They provided roughly exhibits A through P, so staff has listed those in your item summary. We do not plan to go over those unless you have specific questions, which either staff or the applicant should be able to answer. As mentioned in their report, a Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment was conducted, and that can be found in Exhibit M with the reports found in Exhibit O. The Board of Supervisors has 12 months from September 28th, 2023 to provide their motion. And at this time, I would like to go over a few additional things in regards to the conditions. The first would be that there is recommended motions found in your item summary and that they also are found on the sheet provided in front of you. A few of the motions I would like to go over since they are not typical and that you typically do not see. The first is recommended motion number 8 is third-party reviewers and inspections, in which the county can hire third-party building plan reviewers and inspectors, as well as E&S sediment control inspectors as well. Let me mention this, all of these conditions the applicant is agreeable to as well. So number 8, third-party inspections, which allows the county to either hire third-party plan reviewers or inspectors. Due to the size and nature of this type of facility, our staff just may not have the manpower, so this condition allows staff to get an extra set of eyes, not only on the site, but the review as well. Number 9 is a construction management plan. This pretty much ties them down to giving the county a schedule for hours of operation, project access planning, and security measures for the solar facility. Item number 10 is in regards to a construction traffic management plan. There's a lot of verbiage there for that condition. To sum it up, they must come into a plan with VDOT to not only maintain Patrick Henry Highway during its construction, but also afterwards, bringing it back to its original condition. Number 11 is about the proposed lot being thrown into DEQ's voluntary remediation program and to submit a soil management plan. Item 12 is for public safety training. The applicant shall arrange a training session with Amherst County Public Safety to go over personnel issues and to familiarize themselves with the facility, and that shall be repeated as on a needed basis, but not to exceed 1 year. Number 13 is to submit an emergency response plan that would, of course, be in coordination with item number 12. Item number 14 under the conditions is in regards to landscaping, in which the buffer is being increased to 40 feet in depth. And item 15 is in regards to a grading plan about structuring the grading plan to where it would have to be developed in different stages, and they cannot do it all at one time. The last 3 I will not plan to go over. It talks about decommissioning compliance and ordinance compliance. So at this time, are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions?
Yes. Mr. Creasy, how much road frontage is on 151? I know that's a.
I'm not sure if it's on.
Can you just look into that, please? Thank you so much.
Any other questions at this time? All right. Thank you, Mr. Creasy. We'll go ahead and open it up to the public. I've got a list of folks here that would like to speak to this. So I'll just go down the list, call your name. Just keep in mind you've got 3 minutes.
If I may,
Oh,
roughly
yes, sir, Mr. Creasy.
3,426 feet off of the GIS measurement.
So like I said, we'll open this up to the public, starting with Skylar Zunk. And just keep in mind, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and staff. My name is Skylar Zunk. I've met several of you, but if we haven't met, I'm with a group called Energy Right, a nonprofit organization that we founded a couple years ago to bring a conservative and common sense voice to clean energy development happening across rural Virginia. We're in about 60-plus counties, and it's been a privilege to work with many of you here in Amherst over the last year or so. You all have heard from me before, so I'd like to really be brief. And recognizing the importance of your own constituents' voices, we undertook an effort to ask folks to send you letters directly. Thank you, Supervisor Tucker and Mr. Bryant, for your help in making sure those emails were delivered to all of you all. Over the past week or so, each of you should have received 30 letters of support. We also hosted a petition bringing forward 40 folks who really think it's important to create a workable ordinance here in the future. But those 30 letters that hopefully you all received from your own constituents mentioned a lot of reasons to support this individual project, uniquely situated on a brownfield site. We had Mr. Baxter in Supervisor Martin's district say, "This is a project for a parcel of land that would otherwise sit vacant and generate no revenue for Amherst County." And then we had Ms. Penny Hawes in Supervisor Pugh's district say, "I strongly believe that this solar field will be an enormous benefit to the county and our residents. It's an environmentally sound choice." We would tend to agree. I really appreciate the county's resolution, I guess earlier this month, talking about Senate Bill 567 taking away local control of these permitting projects. We think that'd be a horrible choice forward. So I appreciate you guys sending a message to Richmond that these decisions should remain locally decided upon and decided with great care by boards and planning commission. But I ask, what would this path forward be? We have to find a way to power our economy. The state leaders recognize that. County leaders all across the Commonwealth understand that we have to find new ways to power, and solar is an environmentally sound and cost-conscious way to do so. I also shared some results of a recent public opinion poll that we hosted earlier, and actually in late January. Sent you guys some of these results via email, but over 90% of Virginians respect a property owner's right to develop their property with solar. There's very few things that 90% of Virginians can agree upon. The point I'd like to make is that the silent majority is strong, although they sometimes might be quiet. I also shared some poll results that I hope you'll look into. When you ask folks what they'd like to be a neighbor to and give them options of other energy generation projects or a housing development, over half would choose for that neighboring land use to be a solar project. There's a lot of support for these projects. It's demonstrated by the 30 letters that you all received from your own constituents. So hope you keep them in mind when you're making this decision. Thank you.
Fowler.
Thank you. All right, next up, I've got Noel Giles. Please just confirm your district, if you don't mind.
Sir, just briefly, I think it should be approved. Briefly, I worked there for that plant 11 years. In 1960 to 71 when they shut down. And it was a blow to the community and Amherst County, I'm sure. But most of us found jobs and we moved on. Being that familiar with it, I was an electrician. Moved up to electrician. We had very fortunate to have had Virginia Fiber came into the county and helped us out a lot. I worked there 30 years. But I knew this place. My father lived down the river and walked to there back in 38, 39. We moved away for a while and came back. Opened up a business to work wiring houses and so forth. At the time, my grandfather's place was right here behind Winton Country Club. And we're still using kerosene lamps, no electricity. That was the first house I helped my daddy wire when the power went from over here across clubhouse and buy that house over there. We were in business in here, in this area, and I am, like I said, I'm very familiar with this place. As for the lady that's so opposed to it and got land close to it, but I know the river, have walked the railroad track. Maple Run runs between it, and I'm out of time, so, but I just highly recommend that it be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Giles.
All right, is David Nash here?
No, we
thank
were
you.
just saying thank you.
No,
All right, David Nash isn't here, but he wrote that he was in favor of this, so just note that for the record. Next, we've got Leslie Gamble Ankin. If I pronounced that wrong, I apologize.
Good evening, board members. My name is Leslie Gamble. I live in Amherst County. I am presently a member of the Planning Commission. I'm a member of the Amherst County Board of Zoning Appeals. I am the citizen representative on the Central Virginia Transportation Technical Committee, and I serve the county as an officer of election. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the solar farm located on Patrick Henry Highway. Anytime a company or business supplies a new service or product to a county and requests a permit, it's prudent to do a background check to see where they previously worked, the services that they delivered, and the counties where they currently have a presence. And are the citizens and the localities pleased with the service or product that reflect the values of their county? In the case of Energix, they have presence in 7 counties: Appomattox, Buckingham, 2 in Henry County, King William, Prince George, and Wytheville counties. The Department of Environmental Quality in Virginia has issued violations to Energix for state violations concerning pollution and runoff as follows: 3 violations in Appomattox, 7 violations in Buckingham, 3 violations in Henry, Axton Solar, 9 violations Henry Sol Leatherwood Solar, 6 violations King William, 8 violations Prince George, 16 violations Wytheville, of a total of over $200,000 and still climbing. Energix uses cadmium telluride in the manufacture of their solar panels. The EPA has labeled this substance as toxic in their Substance Control Act. OSHA considers this substance as hazardous. Buckingham and Caroline counties have banned the use of this substance in solar panels in their counties, as well as Prince George County and Madison County. In 1964, a little mom and pop dry cleaning company in North Carolina didn't know that the chemicals that they were using in the cleaning process was dangerous. We now know what happened to Camp Lejeune with the horrible cancer from the toxic chemicals in the water supplies. You've been put on notice that the chemical compounds in these solar panels is toxic. Thank you.
Gamble.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Darren Four.
Good evening. I'm going to be super brief because I emailed you all a couple days ago, but a few of the highlights, let me just first say I think you know that I'm a member of the Planning Commission, but I'm going to speak to you as a citizen tonight, not a member of the Planning Commission. I'm not anti-solar. I don't think anybody on our commission is anti-solar, but I am pro-Amherst County, and that comes down to the bottom line for me. Some of the things I'm really concerned about with this project is, and we've talked about it at length, is disturbing the soil on this site given its history. The track records and the fines Ms. Gamble just alluded to, I don't want to be the next one to have to, be subject to that. We are destroying the view shed if we put this project in, and we are not following the comprehensive plan. There's no benefit to local residents here. The electric's going to get shipped out of here, so there's no direct benefit to our folks. And has been mentioned before, 0 employment after the solar panels are there. When you talk about a 5-year for the buffer to grow in, that's like your doctor telling you it's only going to hurt for 5 years. I mean, come on, somebody is going to have be negatively affected by this for that period of time at the very least. So we denied this request not once but twice at the Planning Commission level, unanimously, and that ought to count for something. We've spent a lot of hours, and we're in the process of coming up with a really good solar ordinance that I believe the board will see next month. And I'm asking you to deny this request by Energix tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
All right, next we've got Cheryl Mayers.
Hi, I'm in the New Glasgow district, and I've lived here for almost 40 years, worked at the college for most of that time, Sweetbriar. And I actually went on the tour of the site because I was interested in the possibility that Amherst County might be able to get involved in a good solar energy project, which it sounds like a lot of people support. And I was skeptical, or at least neutral, when I arrived at the tour site. And I could just say, as I noted in a message I sent to you all, that I was incredibly impressed by what I heard. There were 4 other people with me on the tour. We had many, many questions, which many of you have repeated today. And I was impressed by how careful and how thorough the answers were to our questions. And a lot of that, I think, was illustrated again by the presentation today. I don't know about these violations that were just mentioned, but I hope that the Energix people are given a chance to respond to that, as I was surprised to hear all of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they had good answers in that regard as well. But I do think there's a lot of benefit to Amherst County residents here. It's an economic investment, obviously, and it's a well-thought-out project. And solar, obviously, renewable energy, obviously, is the way we want to go. So I hope you will consider approving the project. Thank you.
All right, next we've got Sam Bryant.
Chairman, Board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak my 3 minutes after about an hour and a half presentation by Energix. I spoke to you about the 3rd or 4th time about this. I'm one of the guys that lives downstream in the Piney River. No one spoke about that river. You've got the Piney River, the Tye River, the James River, and the Chesapeake watershed. I'm actually on the Tye River. My family and I own about 115 acres there. There's a working farm. It's mostly hay and timber. My main concern is the water. I've said it the whole time. I lived through the fish kill from 77 to 81. I got to see it firsthand as a fisherman and an outdoorsman, 200,000 fish. This article made it to the Richmond Times and the New York Times, and it was all about the pH in the water and the contaminants in the soil from refining titanium and paint pigment. I personally believe it's still there. I don't know what their environmental, I didn't get to read it. I don't know how many holes they're bored or how they did it. My concern is when they're remediating and trying to clean it up, it gets in the water, and then we've got dead fish again. I got to see the birds eat the dead fish. Start at the bottom. All right, forget about it. So I had pictures because we were told by Mr. Hirschberger that, and they're not showing them, that solar panel fields look like water. They do not look like water. They absolutely do not look like bodies of water. I'm in aviation for my career now, and I get to do a fair bit of flying. I took some really good pictures. I'll be glad to send them to you since this isn't working. But Mr. Hirschberger had said it looks like water. It does not look like water. I don't want to see my water source from my family, my farm goes directly into the Tye River through a tributary, and some of those contaminants from reptiles and other animals could go directly into my water source. I have a clean water supply, and I can prove that, and I have chain of custody on it, so I'm very interested in that water sample, and I'll be doing it again next month, so I'd ask you to vote no on this. I completely don't support it. I'm very concerned about it. You've got one chance to get this right with our environment, and I'd really ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to do the work, get their house in order. I know they're doing great work, but let's get something done. This is just the wrong site. It's absolutely the wrong site. And if you want to think about energy in the future, you need to think about small nuclear reactors, because that's where it's going. It's not going with solar.
Thank you, Mr. Brunt. All right, next we've got Deborah Dusham. Like I said, if I butcher your name, let me know.
It's Deborah Durham.
Durham. Oh, Durham. Oh, they're taking this. I'm sorry.
Well, it's my handwriting. We all type nowadays, right? Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I think I'm in District 2,
Okay, thank you.
downtown. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, I discovered this project because we were walking on the Blue Ridge Trail, and we looked around, and there's like, someone has cleared massive amounts of land there, cut down trees. It's a giant mess. So as we looked into it, we discovered it's not the solar farm at all, of course, but it's someone building, I don't know, a brewery or a zoo or something like that. We've heard that was a very disturbing sight. When we looked into it and we took a tour of the proposed solar site and all, the one thing that struck me was it's not visible at all from the rail trail, right? And also, if you go look at the site, you really need to tour the site. It's hard to convince me that the view shed is something that is going to be destroyed, because it's a junkyard. And brownfields, and the plan of like surrounding that with the rows and rows of trees and the firs, the hardwoods, and then also the butterfly garden stuff and all that strikes me as more of an improvement in terms of view shed. Beyond that, I'm not in favor of nuclear plants scattered across the landscape, but I am very much, I have, most of my family has solar panels on their houses. I've lived in Amherst since 1993, but I've also lived in other parts of America in little intervals since then, in places like Indiana, where there are solar panels everywhere, solar fields, where farmers have converted their farmlands into these solar things, and they're well accepted, and to me, they look fine, but I'm fully in support of this project.
Thank you. All right, next we've got Jade Field. Saab? Okay, that works. All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Sav Field. I'm a farmer. I've been living in this county for going on 9 years now, and I live nearby to this site. And I just wanted to give a little context from, some of what I've heard tonight. I am 35 years old, okay? These solar panels, cadmium telluride solar panels, which you could find this out with about 30 seconds on Wikipedia, have been in use since before I was born. This is not new technology. They started studying these in the 50s. And these panels have literally been in use since 1981. Okay? They've been studied to a fare thee well. And the recycling process for them is old enough to drink. This is not new technology, but you know what is new? There is an attack, a constant attack upon our grid at this point. We are more vulnerable than we have ever been. People are shooting at our transformers, taking down our substations, and constantly trying to hack the power plants, the large power plants. And the fewer of those that we have, the more vulnerable we are. So I'm asking all of you to help contribute to resilience. We in Amherst want resilience. We want to bring power generation back into Virginia, because right now we import the majority of our power from outside of this state through long distance power lines. We are vulnerable. I would like it to be decentralized at lots of small local, even if they have to be nuclear, but also solar and wind, and hopefully someday geothermal power plants. Let's decentralize so we don't have targets painted on us. As someone who is among the future of this county, I am asking you to help us be more resilient. Furthermore, I really think that we need to look at how the renewable sphere is going to impact all of our futures, because I think that we need to get away from coal. Those of us who want to be alive for the next century do, in fact, want to breathe clean air and drink clean water. This place is not going to be, a danger to any of that. They have a remediation plan in place. You, on this board, what are you personally going to be doing to remediate this brownfield site if this project isn't approved? Thank you.
All right, next we've got Dick Whitehead.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to start by just saying that I am from Nelson. I was born and I reside about 5 miles north of this site in Nelson County. I'm a geologist, and I've done a lot of different kinds of work in the geology field, including environmental work. One of the projects that I had the chance to work on occurred before the Pine River site that's deemed U.S. Titanium. Before that was deemed a Superfund site. I worked on that site doing environmental work. I was looking at where the source of the contaminants were coming from. Those sources are in Nelson County. After I did that study there, helping a company that was involved, the EPA got involved and they decided that, enough fish kills had happened that they didn't like the plan that the company that hired us came up with to remediate the site. So they basically went into a situation where they were going to turn it over to a Superfund site. Out of personal curiosity, I went to all of the EPA meetings about the Superfund site. Everything that was talked about or discussed at those meetings had to do with contamination being acidic runoff, acidic contribution to the river, the fish kills, all comes from the Nelson County side. The environmental cleanup was all of the environmental infrastructure they put in there to clean that site up is on the Nelson County side. There's nothing done over on the Amherst side because they didn't find anything over there worth or meriting cleanup. Consequently, I think that the concerns for fish kill, that sort of acid runoff, is being managed by the cleanup facilities that are on that site that are ongoing, that have been ongoing for a while. I can support that by, later I worked for an engineering firm in Lynchburg who actually did some oversight of that whole site, and I've looked at some of those documents, and I agree with the fact that they are cleaning it up and they are containing it on the Nelson side. So the Amherst side is not a contributing factor. As far as a last comment that I'll just kind of get into on the side, as far as view shed, I think the view shed that you're going to see there with that site is minuscule compared to what's going on, say, in urban development. Let's say South Amherst Highway north of the Seminole Shopping Center on the east side of the road. That is huge. I'm sorry, I just think that's huge compared to what you're going to see here at this site.
Next, we've got Mary Bryan. Mary Bryan. Oh, okay, all right. Next, we've got Mike Dietrich. All right, I'll circle back to him in a minute. Next, Jerry Dokos. Evening, ma'am.
I know I've been before you before. I'm in Jerry Doko, so I'm in Zone 1. And I've showed some of you some of the pictures of my beautiful property that I bought in 1999. It's 250 acres of some of the most drop-dead beautiful landscape that you can find anywhere in the world. And I abut this project. I have an Airbnb on my property. And this area here, I don't know if you can see it, but it's all the Maple Run River. That's a portion of my property. A third of my property looks out on that river. Where he's going to, their Interjects will put these panels, will go up a mountain. They say that, they told me I wasn't going to see anything. I wasn't going to see any of these panels. Over and over, I wasn't going to see any. I took Sean down to my property and I said, you're telling me that you have to face these south, or, you know, they'll go east-west, I guess, but they have to be faced towards the sun. And you have to see them. There's no way not to. So a third of my property will basically be, what I bought would be unusable for what I intend for the future. I'm renovating a barn, I want to do weddings, I'm putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. My sister next door will come after me. She looks up, over, and down, and it's just a lie. I'm very concerned about it being between two rivers. I don't think any solar power plant should be between two rivers. It's dangerous. Secondly, we're looking at Virginia, and we have millions of these solar panels that are basically in succession being put up. So what happens when they're all decommissioned? Do you think these little decommissioning and their recycling things are going to be able to take all these panels? Where are they all going to go? That's a real concern of mine. Let me see what else I have here. Oh, I know that they're talking about storm management. They wouldn't be needing to talk about storm management if there wasn't going to be a huge amount of storm water management. So these are all things that concern me. I'm very concerned about my business and my property because I spent a fortune for it so that I could live in this beautiful rural area. And this was one of the original pictures that he showed. This is my river, and these were where all the panels are going to go. So as you can see, if this beautiful property was yours, I don't think you'd want to be looking at all of that. So I'll let my sister come up. She's got even more to say about her property because it actually sits higher. And right now, I don't see as much, but I will in the future because I plan to do things on that area of my property. So I thank you all for listening to me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ma'am. All right, next we've got Dana Koshner.
My name's Dana Koshmer. I live on Roses Mill Road as well.
Can you put your mic down so we can hear you?
My name's Dana Koshmer. I live on Roses Mill Road as well. We bought in 2020 a spectacular property here. I'm not new to the area, though. My parents have lived here well over 30 years. My sisters had property here, and I was actually born and raised in Virginia. I don't exactly believe that the silent majority is always for something, as there's a lot that are opposed to it as well. I have the biggest problem, too, with 45 years. I don't even know if I'll be around. But what about the ancestors or the ancestors? Where is the property even going to be in the hands of except solar panels? So, and then we ask, and maybe it's none of our business with contracts as to what, you know, the owner might make, but what about Interjects themselves? If it's you know, $200 million of their revenue, that's wonderful money, but we still, again, have to look at the fact that we gain nothing. And I don't believe a well-thought-out project, as well as it is, I'm not completely against solar, but I just don't believe that something like that is a benefit to me as a resident here. You know, in making plans for 45 years, technology changes faster than I can turn around. So we could end up with panels the size of my finger in 10 years, and we won't have to ruin the natural, beautiful habitat that we have here. I don't understand everyone's obsession with we must build on it, or we have to have something in our sight or in our view, apartments or homes. I don't think that's an alternative. I think sometimes just letting the land be beautiful, and that's what we look at. I wonder if when they took that tour, was it at site level? If you have 6-foot trees and you're standing there at ground level, then you're probably not going to see. Plus, everything we're looking at now, there's a multitude of trees there. They're going to have to clear 200 acres. I mean, just wipe it out. So if the... No? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, they'll have to clear some land, I would assume, to put these panels up. Trees would have to come down to erect all these panels across that much acreage. Regardless, I am, when Mr. Hirschberger walked with us, I sit much higher than this property, than Wesley's. So I can oversee all of it. Unless I put trees on my property, which then obstructs my view of the mountains, then I just don't see how he could ever say I have zero visibility with these panels. So
Thank you, Mr. Cotter.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we've got Phyllis Rena? What is it? Rena. Thank you.
So my sister spoke for me last month because I was out of town and I thought this meeting was happening then. So now I'm back in town, so I thought I'd come on in. We grew up here. We own the house on 1083 Lowesville Road. We are opposed to this project. I spent over 40 years in commercial real estate. I've done projects. I was on General Motors corporate real estate staff. I dealt with a lot of contaminated property. I've done deals for General Electric, Dow Chemical, a lot of Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies dealing with contaminated properties. I've read their proposal, and I'm truly confused by it, to tell you the truth. One section of it says that there's a large amount of solid waste on the site. And are they cleaning that up? Part of their proposal says they're cleaning it up. But then their decommissioning plan says they're returning it to exactly what it was before they started. The DEQ cleanup doesn't really, often when you do have a brownfield site and you're cleaning it up to the standard of the use that you're going to use at that moment. So they said that they tested down to 8 feet. So, and what they found was in a phase 2. Phase 1 is a records review. That's no testing, anything else. That's just finding out what was there before. Phase 1 is. Phase 2, they did some limited testing, which is what their report says. Usually when you do a project like this, there'll be a phase 3 and a phase 4. There's multiple phases that come after this with the DEQ to do a project under a voluntary remediation program. So I would say if you're considering going forward with this, I think you need your own environmental consultant representing you to truly understand, because I can't understand from reading this proposal. I'm not a geologist, but I have been doing this for a lot of years and reading these kinds of reports. I can't understand what the end condition of your property, this property is when this is all done. I can't understand from the language in the proposal, what does cleanup mean? Remediation has a lot of different definitions. So what are you left with when they're finished? I can't tell that from this proposal, and I think that's something you need to know before you consider going into something like this. Is it going to be, they're saying they're going to clean up whatever the outstanding issues are with DEQ. I can't read into that what that means with what they're saying that they're planning to do. It's kind of amorphous to me as to how it's written. So I would suggest that you spend a lot more time in that area if you consider this. No benefit to the community. I totally agree with that from what I've read in the proposal. I don't know why we do anything that doesn't benefit the community directly. We have these low-flying military flyovers. There's nothing in the proposal talking about, are those impacted by 400 acres of shining solar panels? No mention of that whatsoever. There was a mention of maybe at some point talking to the military if there was a need, but my guess is they don't know that we have these military training flyovers. And I think we need to know, is there an impact to those flyovers? I know I'm past my time, but anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next we've got Sharon Spia. Spia? Did I get it? All right.
Hi, I'm Sharon Mills Spees, and I'm actually from Amherst County, but spent 30 years away and then now back after a near-fatal vehicle accident and brain injury. So I worked in nuclear power for over 10 years, and I've been involved with 3 nuclear power facilities decommissioning, and I know and understand that you have to do that all by law. So as far as decommissioning, I know it will be done correctly and through DEQ, and everyone certainly has their own opinion, but my husband and I are in favor of this for new things as decentralizing, and our AEP bills are super high, so we are in the middle of getting solar panels ourselves, so we are certainly in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, could we please get the districts where the residents are? Thank you.
Got one more here. All right, next we've got Terry Jamerson. And she's from Appomattox, so.
Hi, I think I know some of you. I'm from Appomattox. I live 10 miles from the Pamplin Solar Farm. I have attended many of these meetings, attended meetings with Interjex. I've heard how community-minded they are, how committed they are to their communities and their projects. On September 5th, 2019, the DEQ granted coverage for stormwater management, which meant they started their site in Appomattox. DEQ inspections began in October 20th, November 20th, February 2021. Stop there. 1.5 years. Lots of problems. They were issued letter of violation. More inspections. May 2021, June 2021, September, December, both of 2021, and inspection November 2022. At this point, we're almost 3.5 years into this site. There is mud that has gone onto 460, and the DEQ issued a enforcement action the first quarter of 2023, almost 3.5 years, to 7 Interjex solar farms in Virginia. And I'm not going to speak to all of the actions of the enforcement action because we'd be here a long time. I'm just going to talk about Pamplin. Here are some of the comments, not all of them. Many areas are denuded. Stabilization has not applied. Signs of erosion. Gravel road covered in sediment in most areas around the site. Ditches were not stabilized. They were eroding or washed out and had diminished capacity. Several ditches were not installed in accordance to the plan. So at 3.5 years, a lot of problems. And there was this construction trailer they used. At the end of construction, the construction trailer was moved. It was a double wide. Half of it was taken from the site. The other half was left on the side of 460. The open side was open to 460. And the county called, please remove the trailer. Interjex said they couldn't. So over a year later, a citizen from Appomattox called Interjex and said, I would like to remove the trailer. It looked horrible. Interjex said, yep, that's fine, but you'll have to sign a release first, which he did. I think all of this is indicative of the lack of the responsibility Interjects had to Appomattox County and to our environment. Thank you.
All right. At this time, is there anybody else that's wishing to speak? All right. I saw your hand first, so come on up. And just state your district for the record.
I believe it's District 2. I live in the town of Amherst.
Your name is?
My name is Bill Kirshner. I think I was on the list, but I may have signed the wrong list. I don't know.
You're on the next one.
Oh,
But
okay.
you can speak at this
My
one.
my apologies.
Go ahead.
I have lived in the town of Amherst for 36 years. I am strongly in favor of this project. I believe that it is good to have diverse sources of energy. I'm convinced that the plans of this project will benefit Amherst County. I've heard many people say that it wouldn't, but in fact, but it does benefit it financially. And I believe it will be a good use for a site that I think is problematic for uses. So I am, once again, strongly in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirshner.
All right, sir.
Wayne Massey, 109 Massey Hill Lane. I grew up there, just across Maple Run from the project. I ran around in Maple Run. I swam in Piney River when dead fish were floating by. So I am very familiar with the site. I ran all over it as a kid. The Planning Commission's initial denial listed visual impairment to the county when no specific examples were given. I believe the company Interjects has given numerous examples of how the view shed would not be impacted. They also listed risk of pollution to the environment as well as others have with good concern. Speaking to the issues with DEQ violations, we all know with constructions, sometimes you get a bad contractor. And what it takes to get that fixed is a good contract. I've actually talked with Sean about some language I've put in some of the contracts I've been involved with that tie the monthly progress payments to proper E&S controls. Problem is solved pretty easy. You just hold the money. So that can be done, and I believe that it will be done. There was some mention of the cadmium telluride being dangerous. Misinformation, it is actually referring to the cadmium if you do a little bit of digging there. The project would include stormwater management strategies, which I believe protect the environment, and they are the best solution. If we want to truly protect Piney River, these BMPs are the way to do it. Otherwise, at any point in the future, a farmer can go out there, plow up every 400 acres, and there's nothing any of us could do about it, except watch it go into Piney River. These BMPs actually protect the environment, and I believe it is your responsibility to make the decision for this to happen, so that we don't have to look at fish kills again. They gave another reason, the Planning Commission did, about highly erodible soils. I've been doing engineering for 3 decades, and I've never seen a plan turned down for highly erodible soils. You just do better E&S. So I believe, and the other thing I'd like to just mention quickly is why is everyone so entitled to make money off of someone else's property? I don't understand that. The benefits: protect the Piney River from pollutants, keep the property clean, free of refuse for the duration of the lease and beyond, provide resiliency to your community and for power production. Where is your power coming from? provide local construction revenue, provide long-term maintenance revenue for mowing and services at the site. Sheep can eat food, provide learning opportunities for our school system via field trips to the site.
Mr.
Tax
Massey.
revenue for the county. Thank you. God bless you.
Lane.
Wayne. All right, anyone else wishing to speak? Come on up, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Dietrich. I live in town about 4 years now, a little over. I'm going to make it short and sweet. I love the project. I love the people. I think they're doing the right thing. If you got any questions, and they continually ask that, ask them. I've heard some disturbing things about the Pamplin site. Living here only 4 years, I'm not familiar with it. I'll guarantee you I'll find out about it. I would like to have Energix the opportunity tonight to address that, because I don't even know if it's the same company, it's Energix. But is it the same personnel as what Piney River Solar is doing out there? Can we put this view shed thing to bed? My God. Bear with me here. Everybody close your eyes for a minute until I tell you to open them. Go ahead. No, you're cheating. Go ahead and close them, Tom. Come on. What are you seeing? The same thing that you see when you're riding down 151 or you're one of the neighbors around the Piney River site. You're seeing nothing. I've been to the site twice, no, 3 times. The first time, trees were in full bloom. There was a lot of foliage. Sean and his company put all those flags out there. You remember that, Tom? You were out there the same time I was. Although he was in a different truck than I was. Anyway, we got a complete tour of the facility, of the site. Couldn't really see any of the flags that were put out there to differentiate where the panels were going to go. Those flags are still there today, because I went out there again today, and I looked at the site without all the foliage, without all the leaves. And guess what? From 151, from the neighboring property owners, from the trail, we can't see them. So if you haven't been to the site, go look at it and be informed about what's really going on. Because some of the things that I've heard tonight really didn't hold true to what I've experienced out there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich.
Anyone else? Mr. Thompson?
Jim Thompson, Eland District, District 3. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I am on the Planning Commission. I speak for myself. I do know that when I went up and visited the sisters that spoke, I had no clue what their view shed was. And we can talk all we want about view sheds and talk about the lack of view sheds. But I tell you, when I moved to Eland 32 years ago, it was because of Tobacco Row Mountain, and it was because of seeing the Blue Ridge Mountains to my west as I pulled into Eland. And I would do it again today. My daughters were raised there, went to Eland Elementary, one went to Tech, one went to Virginia. had a great upbringing, loved it there, and I still love it there today. And I would be opposed to this site if it were next to my property. And I can understand why these two sisters who sit way up above it and own a lot of acreage would be upset. One of the things that probably hadn't been mentioned, and somebody can verify this, I talked to APCO about this when I was at the site, at the substation. APCO is rebuilding the substation regardless of whether this project gets approved or not, per APCO. APCO is also planning on, it's already been approved, I'm 95% sure, by the SEC in Virginia, to put a 138 kV line from this plant, where this solar is going to feed, to Scottsville, not to Amherst. As a matter of fact, when I think Ms. Dokos moved into this property, her fiance at the time asked if he could get power from that substation. They said, no. This isn't a substation that feeds this area. This is a pass-through. This is a distribution site. My whole problem here is that Amherst County does want to do what's right for Amherst County. And if we do, if this was something that was going to impact the citizens other than some revenue, then if it's going to de-impact us based on the view sheds, I don't care if it's two neighbors who have 300 acres above it. To me, that's just as important as anybody else that's spoken tonight, including me, probably more than me. So I would implore you, the Planning Commission did look at this in great detail. We did go out and look at the site. We did go out and talk to the neighbors. I looked at other sites there too. And as said earlier, 5 years is a long time to grow trees if they take place and it really happens the way it needs to. But I would implore you that it's the right thing to do in this situation. Some things are intrinsic. This is one of those things. Could talk all night long about other environmental reasons or why is it not, but intrinsically, this is absolutely, in my view, the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, ma'am, you've already spoke. Thank you, though. All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the county attorney, so should they get an opportunity to rebut? I think that's,
Well, obviously, again, that's a situation in which you have.
I just want to make sure we're doing everything properly.
I would certainly recommend that you at least ask the question and have them answer it, if that's.
Well,
if that's your interest.
I don't have any particular questions. I
Okay.
just want to make sure that they have an opportunity to address anything that's been said. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, if that's agreeable to the board?
I think it is, judging by heads nod. Mr. Hirschberger?
Supervisor Barton, thank you for that suggestion. Members of the board, thank you. I'm going to try to be brief. We've been going at this for a while. So I want to address first the reference to DEQ violations. So there were two, when somebody mentions, $200,000 of DEQ violations, there were two issues that happened. One was contract, well, we'll start with one, late stage stabilization of a site. We had multiple 100-year storms come through that resulted in some violations for stormwater and erosion control. Those were addressed. Those were remediated. That site is in full compliance today, and it also resulted in no environmental issues. Second one that's being referenced is essentially it's a contractor sequencing error. We take full responsibility for it. It is a contractor issue. They no longer work for us. They were fired from the site. They were replaced. That site also is 100% in compliance with DEQ standards, and it resulted in no environmental issues. The other ones that are mentioned, that was following something that, a pretty large step for a company to take. We asked DEQ to come voluntarily inspect every one of our sites and make sure that every single issue, anything at all, and the vast majority, about 90% of the issues that they found were administrative in nature. We invited them to come tour and inspect every one of our sites, and so that we could know that all of our sites were 100% in compliance. And that's where we stand today. Part of, the process is learning. Nobody that walks this earth is infallible. and no company is either. But I would hope that we would be judged by our response rather than, some mistakes that we answered immediately and worked directly with DEQ to fix. The fish kill issue, I think people that are obviously way more knowledgeable than me, I think addressed that successfully. The fish kill was a result of Nelson County land, not this site. This site was, it is a brownfield by just its history. But we've done extensive studies, we've done testing of the soil, of the water, and shown that this is not a threat. The Nelson, if we were talking about the Nelson County side, I would understand a little bit of concern. So the next thing I want to mention, view sheds. We did extensive analysis on, usually you do analysis from a house. We did extensive analysis from multiple sites on neighboring properties to try to figure out any adverse impacts. And then we put in place plans that would mitigate any impacts that we found. So, we acknowledged that in the presentation, that we found a site, one spot at the end of Maple Run, or next to Maple Run, that there was an issue. And so we provided part of the conditions that we would pre-plant vegetative buffer there, back the panels up instead of 150 feet, about 450 feet. So we have done, as we mentioned to all the neighbors that we spoke to, we're in this for the long run. We're not a develop and flip type operation. We want to be a good neighbor for the next 45 years. So we did what we could, everything possible to mitigate any concerns, including eliminating one entire parcel from the project, because we recognized that was, it was having more of a visual impact. So we removed that. All of what you saw tonight was a compromise that happened directly from communication with neighbors. And just to be clear, when it was referenced solid waste on the site, it's talking about, the vehicles, the large equipment that's on the site. That obviously would not be brought back. That would be removed as part of, condition that this is brought into full compliance with all Amherst County zoning regulations. So just to clear that up. And are there any questions that you all would want clarification on?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
Is it 179 acres of panels or 139? Mr. Creasy, I think you referenced it.
It's indicated as approximately 179 acres.
179. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Caught me flat-footed there. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, because we'd gotten some information, then we heard verbal testimony about infractions. What is your number? How many violations have you gotten in Virginia?
I do not have that one. Thank you.
So as Sean mentioned, we have 14 sites, and we had the 2 sites that had the vegetation issue and the contractor issue. So we had 2 sites that were in violation. And since that, we've been inviting DEQ to all of our sites. So in the course of inspections, they were pointing out inconsistencies or administrative issues. So in terms of, how many sites were quoted, we have several sites, but those issues are purely administrative. We have several sites where there was a signature page missing, or there was different piping material used that's still what's allowed to be used on sites. It was just not signed off by DEQ in the process of an amendment. So I just wanted to clarify that, because, and I think, as issues were mentioned, yes, there were administrative issues and minor issues that we've remedied.
Infraction's an infraction. How many infractions?
Could you clarify? What you mean by
Infraction is an infraction. How many infractions?
What is an infraction? I'm sorry, if you could just clarify.
Violation, infraction, the number that, the incidents that were reported to DEQ. Did you say something?
I said DEQ
Yeah,
violations.
So there was no environmental impact?
Well, an infraction. I don't care if it's a paperwork error or
I
Silt.
don't have the exact numbers, but I don't want to give you the wrong information.
How much financial impact was it? Was it $200,000?
Yes, it
Sound
was
right?
approximately 200,000. If I may just add, as Sean said, we treat it very seriously, lessons learned, and we fixed that. The value of these projects is about $1 billion. So the construction, the value of these projects and the work that we did is about $1 billion. And the amount of fines and issues that we had was 200,000.
Okay.
And again, I don't want to
No,
bagatellize
no,
that. and I said-
that's the answer. Thank you.
Board, any other questions at this time? All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, board,
Now you can close the public hearing, I guess.
oh, well, I already closed that, so closing it again. Public hearing's closed.
All right,
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would make a motion that we table this for the moment and go back, pull off the table the comprehensive plan.
All right,
That
there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, with that, we'll go back to the comprehensive plan. Open it up for discussion.
So, yeah, I guess I'll start. This is my district, and I'll say this to the developer, you have tried really hard. All right, there you are. You've tried really hard. And I think that what's important to note is this really isn't a debate on the merits of solar energy, right? I don't know if the majority of you know that we have approved 2 solar projects in the county in what, the past year, year and a half, 2 years? Okay. Somewhat smaller scale, but we have approved solar projects in the county. So we're not debating the merits of that. You know, a lot of you guys that have spoken, and since I've been on the board, I've always tried to strive to do what's right for the entire county, not just my district. Yet, in this instance, I think the impacts from the development are going to be primarily to the people in the immediate area and the people traveling 151. You know, and there's a little thing, whoever, the young gentleman that gave us this sheet,
Skylar.
who was his name?
It's Skylar.
Skylar, has he left? You know, what's interesting to me, it talks about government limitations. Should farmers and landowners wish to use their land for solar projects to produce clean energy, should local governments be able to limit landowner property rights by placing bans on solar development? And the result is 83% says no, of course not, and 17% says yes. I think we forget, okay, there's a little thing called equal protection, right? And equal protection means that you should be able to do and use your property to the same benefit as somebody next to you, okay? And that's why we have this wonderful process called a public hearing and the special exception process, right? Because ultimately, somebody has to decide in this instance, and it comes down to it's going to be this board. You know, and he gives us this thing, project preference. Which of the following would you prefer to see on 100 acres of land near your home? Solar, 55%. Nuclear, 17%. Of housing, natural gas, 8%. And 5% industrial park. But nowhere on here does it say we'd like to see it remain as an agricultural use that it is currently, right? Okay. So with that, you know, our planning commission is charged. I know a lot about planning commissions, fortunately or unfortunately, but our planning commission is charged with preparing the comprehensive plan. And I appreciate our citizen planners. I truly do. And do any of you know why planning commissions were formed in the first place? Anybody? You? Okay. Well, to my knowledge, I hope I get this right. Back when there were big political machines, planning commissions were developed to take politics out of planning and to focus on land use issues, right? Not consider the budgets and the taxes, but to really get down into the root of what it is, right? What's going on the site. Our planning commission is charged with preparing our comprehensive plan. They live that document, they breathe that document. You know, the document is last updated in 22, right? So not even 2 years old. So I think it's fresh on our planning commissioners' minds. Thank you for what you do. You know, if what really sold it for me, and we talk, we go to our retreats and we talk about the importance of agricultural uses, right? And how we want to support our farmers and how we want to, heck, we're talking about the possibility of building an ag complex in the future, right? Well, one of the big things about the future land use map, the agricultural limited, which I believe this is, the general intent of the agricultural district is to encourage farming and maintain rural qualities in areas designated in the county, right? Encourage farming and maintain rural qualities in areas so designated in the county. That's the intent of the A1 district, right? So, you know, Gentry Lock, I have a lot of respect for your firm, work with some of your attorneys. I appreciate your thoughts, but this is not a use permitted by right. It is a special exception, okay? I think our planning commission got it right, not once, but twice. And with that, I would go ahead and move to affirm the planning commission's decision that the special exception, get my glasses, 2023-369 is inconsistent with the Amherst County Comprehensive Plan. And that is my motion.
All right,
So if anybody else would like to discuss that, that's fine.
there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, with that, we'll do a roll call vote for this one. All those in favor of Mr. Martin's motion, we'll start with Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Martin?
Aye.
Mr. Pugh?
Aye.
Ms. Tucker?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, with that, we'll move on to the next agenda item, back to the special exception.
Thank you.
So, special exception 2023-369, Piney River Solar. We've already heard from the public. Is there any further discussion on this? Or anyone that would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I find that such use will be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend denial of the applicant's request for a special use permit for a solar energy system utility scale.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Martin. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That special exception is denied. Moving on to the next public hearing, utility scale solar siting agreement, 2024-041.
Chairman, Board, the Board, in conjunction with Special Exception 2023-369, is conducting a public hearing for utility-scale solar siting agreement. In accordance with the provisions of Sections 15.2-2204 and 15.2-2316.8 of the Code of Virginia as amended, the Amherst County Board of Supervisors is conducting a public hearing for the consideration of utility-scale solar siting agreement presented by Piney River Solar LLC. This siting agreement is in association with the proposed solar energy system utility scale at 2508 Patrick Henry Highway and is further identified as tax map number 40-A-64. The siting agreement approved by the county on its face is attached to your packet. As well, the motion, recommended motions for this are included in that handout for your other motions. At this time, are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions? No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Creasy. All right, we will open up the floor for public hearing. I'll read off the list first. Remember, state your name and district, starting with Leslie Gamble.
Good evening again. My name is Leslie Gamble. I'm here as a private citizen. I currently sit on the Planning Commission, the Board of Zoning Appeals. I am the citizen representative with the Central Virginia Transportation Technical Committee, and I also serve as an officer of election for the county. My thrust, I am not against solar. I think it is a good thing where it's properly placed. The fact that the county, not one light bulb in the county would be lit by any of the energy produced by this solar farm. But yet, our view sheds, the agricultural lands, the wildlife will be destroyed. The Virginia Department of Wildlife has now classified the eastern box turtle as protected. They have repopulated the Piney River with the James River spiny green mussel to filter out sediment. This is necessary for the drinking water in Lynchburg. Energex reduced the number of solar panels in this area when they came back before the Planning Commission. And had we not heard from a property owner as to the reason was there was a graveyard there with headstones going back to the 18th century. Could these possibly be enslaved people? I don't know. This was once a tobacco farm. The possibility of graves for enslaved people is a very real possibility, and I think it needs further investigation before any construction is done in this area. And those are my primary concerns: concern for the environment, concern for the wildlife that will be displaced or killed, and just the lack of production on agricultural lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
All right, next we've got Darren Four.
I'm not going to rehash everything I said, except to emphasize I'm speaking as a citizen, not the Planning Commission member. I urge you, first of all, thank you, you got the first two right.
Which district? Just for
Mr. Martins. I would implore you not to take the bribe money. Let's call it what it is. It's bribe money. And if this was such a great thing for the county, they wouldn't have to dangle that carrot in front of the board. That's the end of my comments.
Sir. All right, next we've got Sam Bryant.
Sam Bryant, District 1, Tom Martin. I own 4 properties on Gettys Mountain Road. Thank you for your hard work and dedication for your decision tonight. I know that higher powers in our state will be back, and I'll prepare for that. What I'll say is I spend probably 100 days a year on the Virginia Blue Ridge Rail Trail for fitness, mental health, whatever you want to call it, maybe a fishing pole. You can't recreate that. It was great what they did with that. I do think that that trail could be at risk if we had another fish kill or pollution. It's something you can't replace. I'm not against solar. I don't appreciate it on a former Superfund site, especially one that impacted our area, and I have high tension or high transfer wires going from my farm that I have to watch out for. So, good work. Thank you for looking out for the environment. We only have a couple things that draw people to Amherst County other than Sweetbriar College. We've got the Virginia Blue Ridge Rail Trail, we've got the Blue Ridge Mountains, and we've got the environment. And so far, we haven't made any bad decisions with it, and I hope we can keep that course. Thank you.
All right, next on the list is Bill Kirschner. All right. Next, we've got Sharon Smees. All right. Terry Jamerson. All righty. All right, and last on the list is Ronald Nolan. All right, not seeing him. Is there anyone else at this time that would like to come speak? Yes, sir.
Wayne Massey, Mr. Martin's district. I would just like to reiterate that I do feel this is a positive thing for the county in many ways, in which I've iterated previously. And my vote is yes, but it's in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massing.
Anyone else at this time? Yes, sir. Mr. Whitehead? Right, okay.
My name is Dick Whitehead, and again, I don't live in Amherst. I live in Nelson, 5 miles. I just wanted to state that one of the former speakers said something about didn't want this work to be done on a Superfund site. There is no Superfund site in Amherst County. The Superfund site is totally in Nelson County.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right. Mr. Hirschberger, I'll offer you an opportunity to speak. No, all right, thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing. Board, any discussion?
This board has determined that it's not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. We have denied the special exception, so there's really, the siting agreement is really a moot point.
Right. Like to make a motion?
So I would.
Before you make your motion, can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, you can make the motion.
No, I don't
Whatever
want
motion you like. That'd be great.
I want to thank the planning commission members for all the work they put into this, and staff, for all the work they put into this. It wasn't easy, and y'all stuck with it, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. And I live in District 2. My district is right across the road from the site. My district is the town of Amherst, but it's mostly farms. And so what I have heard from probably well over 100 citizens probably isn't reflective here, but they were just really concerned about the farmland, and thank you, Mr. Martin, for bringing that up. And thank you for interjecting, in spite of the fact that it didn't come out the way you all wanted, and Tyler, you all have been readily available, you've answered questions, and I think that you made, an attempt here. It just wasn't the right spot. So, end of my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And with that, again, thank you, Planning Commission, Mr. Hirschberger. Thank you for you and your team. So I know it didn't work out like you'd hoped, but I think with the Planning Commission's upcoming ordinance, maybe there's something further down the road there. So with that, Mr. Martin, if you want to make the motion.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion in accordance with provisions of sections 15.2, 2204, and 15.2, 2316.8 of the Code of Virginia as amended to not approve utility scale solar siting agreement 2024-041.
That, there's a motion. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. So with that, what's that? Oh, all those opposed. We all voted aye, so we're, yeah. All right, so that's a denial for the utility scale solar siting agreement, 2024-041. Moving on to the next special exception, we've got special exception 2023-595. Mr. Creasy. We can do that. Brief pause for all those in YouTube land as we let some folks leave.
What's the final score?
I won't. Thank you, Tyler. I know, thank you.
All right, Mr. Creasy, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Chairman, Board, good to see you all once again. This is a request by Laura Pizzolo for a special exception in the A1 Agriculture Residential District. The purpose of this special exception is to allow a kennel for a dog training business. The property is located at 1181 Cedar Gate Road and is further identified as tax map number 123-A-10A. The parcel is roughly 1.23 acres large. As I indicated, zoned A1 with a single-family dwelling located on it, and the future land use map indicates this parcel as agricultural limited. There is private water and sewer on the property and is not in the designated growth boundary for either. The surrounding area in general has the same characteristics as the requested parcel. The property is surrounded by agriculturally zoned property with single-family dwellings to the south, east, west, and a farm to the north. In the staff report is the definition of a kennel, which includes any location where raising, grooming, caring for, or boarding of dogs, cats, or other small animals for commercial purposes is carried on. Just to let you know, staff did work with this applicant to issue a home occupation to allow the training of one dog. Her business has since grown from there, and therefore staff has deemed this a special exception due to customers coming to her house and the expansion of her business. The applicant is proposing to train up to 5 dogs, and that is the maximum number at any one time. There is a recommended motion from the Planning Commission as well as conditions in your item summary. I'm not planning to go over all of those conditions except number 5, which indicates that the facility will be inspected by Amherst County Animal Control and issued a certificate of compliance through the Amherst County Kennel Ordinance, and the applicant has already begun that process. In front of you is a letter from Ms. Pizzolo. She was scheduled for the January hearing. However, that got pushed back due to weather, and she is out of town. There is a portion of her letter in which she sends out to applicants. It does say to please read. If you guys have specific questions, I'll get up and read it, but due to the longevity of this meeting, I'm not planning to. At this time, are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions?
Thank you.
All right, we'll open up the public hearing. If there's anybody wishing to speak in favor of this, please feel free to come up now. All right, seeing none. Any opposed? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board, what's your pleasure?
I make a motion, we approve special exception 2023-595.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion?
With the recommended conditions.
Motion on the floor with the recommended conditions. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. All those opposed? No. All right. Special exception 2023-595 has been approved. Moving on to conditional rezoning 2023-601, South Amherst Investments. Mr. Creasy.
Yes, this is a request by South Amherst Investments LLC for a conditional rezoning request of 0.386 acres from the R1 Limited Residential District to the B2 General Commercial District. The property is identified as tax map numbers 155C-1-F-1B, also known as the former Craftsman Roofman Building. They have since left that place. As indicated, the parcel is roughly 0.4 acres large. The future land use map does indicate this parcel as commercial. It does have public water and sewer and is in the designated growth boundary for both. The request is to allow, so if you could see before you, there's a couple of structures here, right here. And so the following request after this is a special exception for an automotive repair garage, and the request is to allow these existing structures to be used for commercial purposes on the reference lot. There is an attached letter in your item summary in which the zoning administrator has already deemed these structures as an accessory structure to the principal use. So therefore, with its current zoning designation, those structures must remain as an accessory and cannot be used for its full capability, such as using that green shed as a bay to potentially paint cars. It would have to completely still be used as an accessory structure for just storage of material. And so therefore, this rezoning is happening to allow for these structures to be used. There is a submitted proffer in which the developer shall provide screening between tax map numbers 155, or lots 1B and 1A. I won't bore you to death with those numbers. And then those lots is this lot right here and this lot right here. And the proffer is somewhat generic because due to the confinements out there, we're unsure of vegetative buffer through either screening of trees or a fence will work. However, the applicant has proffered to screen that. And there is a recommended motion from the Planning Commission within your packet. And at this time, are there any questions for staff?
Or, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, yes. Mr. Creasy, so is that what they're proposing to do, is to paint in that building?
Yes, sir, I believe that is correct.
Okay, so the buffer would be great if you could make it for visual, but what about the exhaust and the smell from paint fumes that close to the residential districts?
Right, and I would ask that you ask that with the applicant so that we could work that out at the next hearing case. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions, board, for Mr. Creasy? All right, thank you, Mr. Creasy. Does the applicant want to come up and speak before we open the public hearing? All right, with that, we'll open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak in favor, feel free to come up this time.
I'm not a resident of Amherst County, but I am a character witness to these folks. I've known these folks for about 20 years. Their daughter and my daughter are really close friends, and I've known them for a while. And I'll tell you, they will do what they say they're going to do to help Amherst County and help their business do right by the neighbors. And I think this is a great repurposing for the property. Knowing with all the new construction going up, seeing this happening to this building and what Tom's been used to in the city of Lynchburg with the refurbishment of some of the buildings downtown, I think this will be a good opportunity for them to take us and turn this building around and use it for a great business. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor?
I'm Steve Revis. I'm the potential leaser of this property. We would like to turn that particular piece of property from residential into commercial. It's really close to the. There is no buffer zone. There's supposed to be, I think, a 10-foot buffer zone between commercial and residential, but there is none. There's a fence that goes all the way around that property. We'd like to turn that property, that part of the parcel into commercial. That's the rest of the property. I believe that there are 3 different pieces to that property. All of them are commercial except for that particular piece. And it would just benefit the community just to be able to use the whole entire property as a commercial use piece of property. So.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this? All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing. Board, any discussion? Yes,
Mr. Revis, I'm sorry, I should have called you before you left. Can you come up and tell us about paint fumes and that kind of stuff? So what I heard, and I could be wrong, is that building with the green roof is where you want to put your paint booth.
Yes, sir. That's one of our proposals, is to put the paint department in that area.
Tell me how you control paint fumes and exhaust and
The
all
paint booth itself is filtered. It has filters in it that filter all the paint. The paint that I'm going to be using at my facility will be waterborne paint. So all the color and everything that's sprayed has no solvents in it at all. It has it's waterborne. So
your booths are filtered before.
yeah, my booth will filter my booth will filter anything that's sprayed, but and then my color itself, it doesn't have any kind of chemicals in it at all. It's just color, and that will be filtered also. Yep.
It's not like there's just a huge exhaust fan blowing it out into the.
No, it's filtered. It's 100% filtered. Yes, sir.
Your dad still doing this kind of work?
It was my uncle, my dad's brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's the only thing I've ever done. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
Board, any other discussion? All right, well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve conditional rezoning 2023-601 with the submitted proffer. With that, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Conditional rezoning 2023-601 has passed. Moving on to special exception 2023-571. Mr. Creasy.
Yes, sir. As indicated, Chairman Board, this is a request by Mr. Rivas for a special exception in the B2 district. The purpose of this special exception is to allow an automotive repair garage on those lots. Those lots consist of 155C-A1-1, lots 2, lots 1B, and lots 1A. The total size of the parcel after the approval of that rezoning is now, it's roughly 1.508 acres, zoned commercial. With existing land use as a vacant commercial structure. Future land use map does indicate it's commercial with public sewer and water, and as I've already indicated, is in the designated growth boundary for both of those as well. The surrounding area in general has the same characteristics as the requested parcel. The property is bordered by commercial zone property to the north and south, and South Amherst Highway to the east, with residentially zoned property to the west. And if you're familiar with 29 business, you know it's extremely linear, so that's generally the same characteristic for all commercial zoned properties. On sheet or page 4 of the staff report, there is a site plan that Mr. Revis has submitted. And as you can see here, I'm going to go over a couple of things. One, this will be the main office right here where the maroon is. Right behind it would be the body shop, a dumpster site in the back with wash bays, potentially in this building that was part of that rezoning. And then, of course, the paint booth. The listed conditions or recommended conditions by Planning Commission are the same, pretty much straightforward conditions that you all see for all automotive repair garages. Therefore, staff is not going to go over those. However, if you do have specific questions about them, please let us know. And with that, within your item summary are those conditions and a recommended motion. Are there any questions for staff?
Mr. Adams.
Tyler, if you would please, and it may be because I wasn't paying attention, what is the intended purpose of the structure right behind the office building?
Right behind it,
That's a pretty good sized structure with roll-up doors.
Yes, sir, and that would be the auto body area.
Okay, so that's where, I guess we can talk to Mr. Revis once he comes up, as far as the process goes and how it'll flow.
Right, and so another thing to mention, It is the condition about VDOT. They have already started that process with VDOT, and staff has been working with them. We do know that the entrance will have to be upgraded, and right now, the owner of the property is working with his engineer team to come up with possible routes. What I have been told, and I believe Mr. Revis can speak on this a little more, is like what they're looking to do is create a one-way in, one-way out on that facility. And I'll let them speak on that a little more.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Revis, you want to come on up before we open public hearing?
Okay, so the building that's right behind the office there, that's going to be the body shop itself. That's where, all the metal work is being done. And so all the fabrication, everything's going to be done in that building there. And to speak on the condition of VDOT, we've talked to them. The actual road frontage when you're looking at the building from the road, the left side of the property, it has we talked to VDOT, and they explained to me in one email that it needed to be 29 feet wide. We went out and they said that they believed that it was 27, that it needed to be wider, that the throat of the entrance needed to be opened up. So I went out there and measured it. It's 33 foot wide. And the throat of it, the way that the property, when you go into the property, the banks of the sides have, over time, have settled into the throat of the entrance. So we got VDOT out there and to take a look at it and to explain to us exactly what needed to be taking place. Their recommendation was that it needed a 25-foot radius on one side, a 30-foot wide entrance, and then a 25-foot radius on the other side. So you're talking 80-foot wide, and then 2 4-foot wide handicap ramps going back up to the sidewalk. So the left side of the building has a 33-foot wide entrance right now, but with these new VDOT regulations, to meet that requirement, we would not be able to go in and out of that side of the property. So the only way that we would be able to address that situation, and the only reason why we need to address that situation is because I need a special use permit to have a body shop. That's without my permit, then none of these things would need to have to take place. So they recommended on the right side of the property between the building and between the office and Biscuitville to put that entrance in right there and use up that whole side of the property, which would involve taking up the entire sidewalk all the way across the property. So 88 feet of that would require moving 2 storm drains, move a telephone pole. So if we move the telephone pole all the way to one side of the property, you would have to put in another one on the other side. So you would have to take 1 pole out, put in 2 poles, because of the span, move the water meter, and we also have the gas meter on that side. So in order to do all of that, we've got a request for $4,000 for an engineer to draw all that up. So basically, it's virtually impossible to make that kind of a change just for the leasers, for me to lease that building and get this permit. So I would like to, get this permit without the VDOT's recommendations, just because it's not a new facility like Starbucks and Biscuitville that had a cleared lot. So when we look at the existing building that's here, our entranceway would actually be aiming right at part of the office. So you wouldn't be able to make a straight run on the right side either, just because of the width of their new updated radiuses and things that they have now. And so we measured next door at the Starbucks, and theirs is 64 feet, I think it is, on their entrance. So theirs is not even 80 feet. So, we do have, a 33-foot entrance on the left side of our building already. In the middle of the road, there is a turning lane, dividing both sides of traffic. So I don't think that there's a major issue with traffic coming in and out of that property. And we're not having, and the previous owners and everybody else that has ever rented that property, we're going to have the same size dumpsters as what they had. So that's the biggest truck that comes in and out of there. That's a dual axle big truck. All the tow trucks and stuff, they're all single axle that we would use. So that is the only restriction that we have that I don't know that we'll be able to meet.
Any other questions from?
Really for Mr. Creasy, but, I mean, if VDOT says you gotta do this, they really don't have a choice, right?
Well, so I believe we have a couple of options in play.
I would hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
We have been working with them, so if they want to just have one entrance that's one way in and out, according to my understanding is they're correct. It doesn't meet current standards for that. The radius of the initial throat is the entrance needs to be widened. And in order to do that on the southbound lane, as Mr. Revis indicated, it would involve moving a DI or also a telephone pole, depending on which way you go with it. So the other option, which I believe the property owner is working through, is, as I indicated, a one-way in and a one-way out, which would potentially help alleviate those things. However, I believe, my understanding is, the property owner is currently working on those designs to submit to VDOT to see if it will be acceptable.
So you basically come in the upper entrance, and then you'd have to go around the building and go out.
Yes. And if you look at the reference at the Biscuitville site, there, where they come out onto the highway there, it's, I believe they call it a pork chop design where it pours it out to the right side, and so, either way, it's gonna take a lot to do that property, and it's basically just, I need this permit, because I spray chemicals, I paint cars, so it's not, the usage of the actual property is pretty much the same as far as what comes in and out of there. So, it's,
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, and, I really want to see these buildings used, so, Tyler, can we go over the conditions?
Yes, sir.
Because parking, lighting, outdoor storage, entrances. Yeah, so what I want to be very clear on is, you got this condition here. And even if the condition wasn't in here, right, it says entrances. Prior to the issuance of a zoning permit, the applicant will be responsible to ensure that VDOT minimum standards are met. So just because you get this permit, it's not like you can forget about that. You're going to have to do what, you understand that, right? Okay. And we really don't have, we can't tell VDOT what their minimum standards are.
That's right.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
I think that's it. Any more questions for Mr. Rose? All right. At this time, we'll open up the public hearing. All those wishing to speak in favor, feel free to come up now. All right, seeing none. Any opposed? Seeing none there, we'll close the public hearing. Board, any discussion? All right. With that, I'll go ahead and make the motion that the board approves special exception 2023-571 with the Planning Commission's recommended conditions. All those in favor?
Aye.
There we go. Any opposed? No. All right. That passed, and Ms. Tucker is absent. So, All right, moving on to the next special exception. We've got 2023-562, Russell Nixon. Mr. Creasy.
Chairman, Board, as you have just indicated, this is a request by Russell Nixon for a special exception in the B2 General Commercial District. The purpose of this request is to allow a truck business. The property is located at 3713 South Amherst Highway and is further identified as tax map number 148-1-2. The parcel is roughly 1 acre in size, is zoned B2 General Commercial, and was formerly used as a used car dealership. Future land use map indicates it's commercial with both public water and sewer, and is in the designated growth boundary for both. There is a layout of the proposed development found within the site plan packet, and that indicates really it's showing the location of where the proposed trucks will be parked, as well as an existing accessory structure that will be removed. Just as a reference, so typically used car dealerships are a by right permitted use in our B2 district, and typically with those, if the business owners come in and say, hey, we want to run some trucks out of this lot as well to bring these cars back here, we have deemed that as an accessory use to the principal use of a used car dealership. Mr. Huffines has indicated that he would like the truck business to have its own LLC and to be strictly located at this lot, so that is why he is going to this public hearing. The proposed principal use for the lot would be a truck business with additional parking used potentially for overflow parking from the applicant's used car dealership, which is down the road at the corner of Dillard and South Amherst Highway. The recommended conditions before you are straightforward. I would like to go over item number 6, which does indicate that a landscaping plan shall be submitted as part of the site plan to meet all requirements of Article 16, our landscaping ordinance, which is 1 tree per 50 feet and 1 shrub per 10. That is not shown on the conceptual plan, but is a requirement before the business license can be issued. There is a recommended motion in the item summary. Are there any questions for staff?
Board, any question? Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the storage of the trucks, which I'm guessing these are like big trucks, 18-wheelers, right? There's really not auto sales going to occur here.
No, sir.
All right, so how can it be accessory to car sales if there's car sales?
So typically it is an accessory to car sales. Since he wants to have its own LLC and this to be the principal use here, that's why we're going to this public hearing process.
So you can get a special exception to essentially do
A truck business.
truck business?
Yes, sir.
And the B2?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. I have some other comments later, but I'm fine.
All right, any other questions for Mr.
I
Creasy?
got comments later then.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Creasy.
Good evening, I'm Russ Nixon, the agent for Motor World Transport. Mr. Huffines is the owner of Motor World and also the owner of Motor World Transport Company. This site is being transitioned from a used car lot to a transport truck company. Right now he owns 4 transport vehicles that he would like to put on the site for parking only. He had previously, you're going to see here in the next few minutes, you're going to see another project come before you that relates to this, these trucks. Mr. Huffines has found that he could better utilize this property to park his vehicles on and run his transport truck business out of it. His transport truck business is not just for Motor World. It is also for him to be able to transport trucks for other dealerships across the state and around the country. The trucks he's using are large trucks. If you look at my site plan, if you have it before you, you notice we have a garage to be removed on the property. We also show 4 parking spaces at the front of the site. It was brought up at the Planning Commission. Are those parking spaces a permanent location based on what we're showing? Absolutely not. It was put there as a convenience for us to show that we have plenty of room. The trucks would come through the site, through the existing 40-foot wide entrance into the site, around the existing office building or home that's shown there, frame building, that would be used as his office. And they could potentially and should be park towards the rear of the site and exit as a roundabout around the office. Mr. Huffines does not intend to keep used cars on the site for sale. They will be at his Motor World site at Dillard Road and 29, North 29. I'm here to answer any questions. As Tyler did say, we will prepare a final site plan and landscape plan as part of this project before approval from the planning department.
Any questions at this time?
Go ahead, Chris.
So, a couple questions / concerns. I'm very familiar with the trucking business. I guess I need some clarification, because we just discussed VDOT issues with the old Craftsman roofing. With the amount of room that it takes to get these trucks in and out of this location, are there no VDOT issues associated with this?
I've spoken to Daniel Brown. He's the VDOT liaison between the county and VDOT. He's actually the L&D engineer. He's already taken his vehicle, his trucks into the site.
Well, clearly I see them.
And this entrance is larger than the typical entrance used for a true truck in and out access, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's for large commercial vehicles. The entrance is there. Daniel didn't show any concerns with it. I did not get a letter from him. I probably should have. I could have. But prior to us doing anything with the site, obviously, because of the change of use, VDOT's going to require us to go through any steps with them anyway. We'll have to do stopping site distance requirements are going to have to be met. And that's something I'm used to navigating with VDOT.
Okay. Secondly, I want to make sure that we get clarification on this, and we're perfectly clear on this, that there will be no maintenance done on trucks on this site.
All right, that was answered at the planning commission. All of his vehicles right now are under warranty. He is not going to be doing any maintenance on his vehicles on this site. They're going to be taken to their warranty office or their shop where they do their maintenance for any warranty work. Every one of them he has right now are less than 5 years old, and he's not going to do any work on them at site.
And you have a nice looking fleet, and I appreciate that, and I commend you on all your success. But I've also heard, even though it's not my district, I know quite a few people that live back in that, I think it's called Royal Garden, back in behind there, that are concerned about a trucking business being so close to their residences and any noises that may be associated with those.
I understand that.
So I want to make sure that we're sensitive to that.
Any other questions? Mr. Martin?
So it's kind of both for Mr. Nixon and Mr. Creasy. So, all right, B2 with a special exception on it. Essentially allowing a trucking business. So what does that allow in terms of storage on the site? All right, I know right now the petitioner is saying, we're basically going to store cars, we're going to pick them up, we're going to ship them out, blah, blah, blah. But if that's not what it is, does it become lumber? Does it become hay bale? I don't know. What does it become?
That is a great question. And so I would say, one, if let's say Mr. Hoffine sold this to another truck business, it would have to be a truck business. I would say that there are zoning things in place for such as if it was a lumber yard for a truck business, we would not consider that a truck business. And I believe that we have means to accommodate that. And in addition to that, we also have a recommended condition from Planning Commission that no miscellaneous items shall be stored outside of the building, and also indicating that there should be properly designated spots as well if there is overflow. So staff believes off of those conditions and how we view the definition of a truck business that we should be able to counteract a use like that.
Understood. So, okay. So, VDOT. So we just heard a petition with the body shop. Entrances worked perfectly well for them. VDOT came in and said, oh no, you gotta move poles, you gotta move water meters, blah, blah, blah. They've already looked at it, told him. assuming it's gonna cost them a lot of money to do that. VDOT really hadn't said anything about this?
They have reviewed this and they have indicated to me that there may need to be minor upgrades and that due to the layout of their site, it's completely flat and they don't have any utilities in the way of its existing entrance. Obtaining approval from them, which is a condition, will be no issues.
Okay, well, I just wanna make sure that VDOT's treating everybody equal.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Daniel doesn't discriminate.
So, my biggest concern is the trucks parked right up on 29. I can't support that.
One of the planning commissioners had that same concern.
Can't support it, so, I mean, I think if you could live with it, we could put a condition on it that would be in the northeast corner and let it rock
Yeah,
on.
we can do that. If you want to place that condition on there, that's fine.
And then to Mr. Adams' concern, I understand your trucks are under warranty now, but they might not always be, and no maintenance occurring on the site. So I would recommend, board, that we add those two conditions.
That's fine.
Is that good with you?
I don't think you're gonna be able to accommodate the real estate per your request, to be honest with you.
What's that, to move them in the
That
back?
northeast corner, because, I mean, Mr. Huffines is correct. I mean, we're dealing with 4 trucks, correct?
Yes.
4 trucks, and an average, those
Here.
things are about 75 feet long. Yeah. It's no way,
Can't pull there and back in?
yeah, but if you're worried about the aesthetics and the view of it, I don't think
Worry
you're gonna
about it from
accomplish.
29.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, you're talking about parking 5 trucks parallel to 29 right here, right? Just park them in that
It may
corner.
be, I don't know.
I mean, if we put that condition on
They
there,
look
then
better
it
in
becomes
your
his
truck.
problem to make them fit, right?
Right. And he's got to
Yeah,
take
so,
care
I
of
mean,
the
what's the
shrubbery
pro- I
as
don't-
well.
They'll fit.
Okay,
I've already done the circulation routes on this
Yeah.
site. It'll fit.
okay.
Any other questions?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't even know if we finished the public hearing.
We have not.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You have any more questions?
No, sir, I do
Alrighty.
not.
Go ahead, Mr. Pugh.
Oh, well, I understand, well, right now the trucks look good. I mean, I have no problem with them parking where they've been parking them. You know, they're practically brand-new vehicles. To stipulate where he parks them, I guess it would become more of a concern if you had older vehicles, or what would be the major concern? Because I don't think they look that bad. They're no worse than
well,
a
Mr. Pugh,
four-story
you know-
apartment blotting out the sun.
Well, Mr. Pugh, you know, we approved a trucking business up on 29, right? Oh, it's not gonna be that bad, but you know what? It is. And he might have brand-new trucks, but we're approving a use. And when he sells it to me, I got raggedy trucks, okay? And they're gonna be right on the side of 29. So yes, I do not think with all of the attention and detail that we've been putting into the county, that it's about the details, guys, right? So, you know, it's a board decision, but I can't support it unless they move back. So that's just me.
Well, that's a valid point, you know, it's a valid point.
The only thing I'll say is, the entity that's coming before us to do this has proven themselves to be very forthright, stand up, you do things right. And I want to do everything I can to encourage business in this county, so I don't have a problem with it.
I guess what Tom was saying is that the special exception will go with the property for a year, right?
Oh,
After
forever.
No,
It'll be a forever, yes.
Forever.
Once it's accepted, it's forever.
As long as the use is in place,
Now, if you-
it's only if the use ceases for that amount of time.
Okay, if
It
the use
ceases for a year.
ceased,
Correct.
then, okay, I got you.
All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Thank you, sir. Anybody wishing to speak in favor? All right, anybody wishing to oppose this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board, what's your pleasure?
So it's not my district, but
That's my district, but you
Okay.
you can make the motion because you're making the suggestion.
all right, I would make a motion that we approve it with the conditions added conditions that the truck parking be in the rear northeast corner and that no truck maintenance occur on the site.
Did you have a number of trucks that you included or not?
He's got 5 shown, but I mean, I don't, do you plan on having any more?
Put him in there, it's his business, right?
Yeah, as long as they're in the northeast corner,
Okay.
that's great.
I'm good.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve this with amended conditions as stated by Mr. Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, this special exception is approved. Thank you. Moving on to conditional rezoning 2023-559. Mr. Creasy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Before you get into this, are these essentially all the same kind of?
Two of them are. One of them is approving pretty much the conceptual plan because the conceptual plan is changing. One of them is just approving the new conceptual design.
Okay,
Two of them are not.
I'm fine, thank you.
Might be a little hard to read. Try and move it closer. I'm trying to figure out a way to limit the screen. We're limited with screen, so I apologize. I would first, Chairman, Board, if I may, take a few minutes of your time to, one, kind of go over everything that you're about to see, and hopefully it will make these next 3 hearing cases much easier. The first, right in front of you, is what you all had previously approved. A couple things I would like to make note. One, in the back of that commercial area where that big old square is, that was formerly his truck business that you all approved. That has now since been moved to his lot up north. So that is one of the changes, as you will see in blue here from this wonderful painting by Bob Ross. That was done, and so that is that one change. The other change is in reference to this one painted orange. And that also used to be part of that truck business. You'll see on the new layout that is now being proposed to be rezoned to residential to move a house back there. And then your last one is what I spoke to you, Mr. Martin, about is the conceptual design of this whole plan is changing. Staff maybe could have worked this a different way. However, due to his lack of knowledge some ways, we came up with a brand new case to amend the proffers and conceptual plan for the entire townhouse redevelopment, and that's that last case.
So it's gonna look like that?
No, that was what you previously
Oh, I'm
approved,
sorry. Okay.
yes. So that's what you previously approved, and those are the 3 areas that are changing. So with that, I'm now going to now switch back, I apologize. Proposed conceptual plan right here. So Chairman, Board, this is a request by Russell Nixon for a conditional rezoning of 0.263 acres from B2 General Commercial District to the R2 General Residential District. The purpose of the conditional zoning is to allow for a single-family dwelling to be placed on the property. The request is also to amend the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-034. The property is identified as tax map number 155-A-103 portion of. The request also includes amendment to the future land use map of the Amherst County Comprehensive Plan. So as indicated, the proposed rezoning is for roughly 0.263 acres. It was previously approved to be rezoned to commercial. This is this area right here. You all approved it to be rezoned to commercial. Now the applicant is asking to rezone it back to R2. There is public water and sewer and is in the designated growth boundary for both. The applicant proposes to move the existing single-family dwelling located at 111 Coleman Road. I'd like to flip over real quick to our GIS to give you a better understanding of what house this is. So 111 is the property in which the rezoning is happening on. The rezoning is happening back here. The applicant proposes to pick this house up and move it back here for the current property owner.
You got a picture of that house?
I can pull up Google Maps if you would like, yes, sir. And so that's really the gist of this entire conditional rezoning is to rezone approximately 0.263 acres from B2, which you guys previously approved, back to R2 in order to pick this house up and to move it back here. It is important to note that if approved, this lot would be served by public water and sewer. It would be zoned R2, and based on the conceptual drawing, it's all required setbacks per section 804 of the county zoning ordinance. There are a list of proffers presented in the staff report and also found a few other areas. In general, one is to be built to substantial compliance with the conceptual plan dated 10/1/2023. Utilities shall be underground. Tax map number 155A103 shall be reconfigured as shown on the conceptual plan dated 10/1/2023. So that's moving that property line back, creating that 0.263 acres. And the last proffer is that a double staggered row of evergreen trees shall be planted between tax map number 155A104 and tax map 103. And so after it is reconfigured back here and they move the house, a double staggered row of trees would need to be planted between this new tax map number and this existing parcel here.
Which lot of those trees can we plant?
It would be planted on the lot being proposed to be rezoned as shown on your, hold on. As shown here, right here, where this house is being, so along here, that's where the trees would need to be planted as it fronts along this lot. There is a recommended motion in your packet. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions for Mr. Priest?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen the house. You can see it from 29, but I rode by there.
Make sure I know which one it is.
Yeah, it's got it looks like a van or something in the front yard, a tree laid on it for about 2 years, yeah.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
That van has been removed.
Since when? It was just there today.
The box truck that's on there is a fully operational truck.
Mr. Creasy, never mind, I see it. But, yeah, there you go. Okay, cool.
So,
That van is operational.
You'll have a second to talk in a minute.
Licensed.
Hold on, sir. You'll have an opportunity to speak in just a few minutes. Any other questions for Mr. Creasy? Sorry, I didn't-
not at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Creasy.
All right, yes, sir, Mr. Nixon.
You know, there's not many opportunities I get to present the same property several times in a year, especially at 10:30 at night to a board that's very tired. Thank you all for hearing this request. My client, Mr. Huffines, owner of Motor World, came to you all last year, and y'all were gracious enough to grant a rezoning and opportunity for him to grow his business in Motor World. As part of that purchase of this property, my client agreed to purchase the lot and help Mr. Singleton, the owner, relocate this home to a site that would fit his lifestyle, fit his family, fit his son's opportunities, and give him an opportunity to have a place to live that's nice. With Mr. Huffines doing this proposed move of the home, obviously there's going to be a lot of things upgraded on the house, the roof system, foundation system, water system, sewer system, and obviously there's going to be landscaping done around the home that it currently doesn't have right now. You know, Mr. Huffines, my client, has spoken to the neighbors in this neighborhood. I don't know of any that are here. And they've come to some agreements. They like the idea of doing the double stacked buffering around the home, and it just helps everyone in the neighborhood. This also does a few things. It also eliminates this plan you're getting ready to see here in the near few minutes. Changes quite a few things that we need to do for Coleman Road. But what this does allows us to quickly move our owner of Mr. Singleton's home into a home faster. It's just a much better idea for them, much better for Mr. Singleton, and for the neighborhood as a whole. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, board?
So, is that spelled out in here that you'll do the water hookup, you'll do the sewer, you're gonna put a new roof on there, the landscaping will be done? Or is it just, primarily about the, blocking the view, the double stacked row of trees? I don't know if it's in there or not.
No, my client's under contract with Mr. Singleton to provide him a livable home. And as part of that contract with him, that has to be done under state and county code. He can't move the house without having sewer and water hookup.
I understand that, but the landscape and the roofing, all that?
That was proffered, that landscaping was proffered in the prior to the planning commission, so that's gonna be done anyway. If you agree to this, if you approve this, it would have to be done.
Yeah, well, I could wait, but I'll just go ahead. The condition of the house that sits there at the end of Route 29 is not in very good condition, nor has it been upkept for many years. And I sat through the planning commission meetings, and maybe you are in agreement with some of the neighbors, but they certainly came out and were against this because you're moving a house that's not in very good condition, basically right on top of 141 right there and 136. And they frankly didn't want to look at the house, because of the condition it's been in and the way it's been for probably, the last however many years. And that's my big concern too, is the neighbors, bringing the house over and putting it right on top of them where they have to look at that every single day. And they spoke out against it. They're not here tonight. I don't know if they would be or not, but that's my concern. It's a whole lot of working parts to this real estate deal to get it done. It'd be much simpler to just sell out and move, and then that would be much cleaner. There's a lot of working parts here. So that's my concern. You're moving a house that's in deteriorating condition back right on top of 141 and 136, and potentially affecting the values of their properties.
Mr. Creasy, can you go back to what was previously approved?
Yes, sir.
So what was previously approved, where was the house?
The existing right here, and it's being proposed right here, which was a maintenance shed area for him to maintain the commercial portion of his.
So there was no relocation of the house?
No, the home was going to be relocated to a different site, but as time progressed this past year, it was determined by
But
Mr.
not
Singleton.
here.
No, it was going to be moved to a totally different site, but based on discussions with Mr. Singleton and Mr. Huffines, it was determined that, and because we were changing the location of his transport truck business, it would be safer for his child and for him to stay in this same neighborhood with the home being relocated to where we show it today. I mean, we're eliminating a lot of commercial growth right next to those folks' homes. Okay, so we're not going to have a maintenance shop beside it. Now we're going to have a residence, which more is in line with what's already on Coleman Road anyway. So I think this is a better plan for the neighbors and them not have a maintenance shop beside them compared to what we had before that was previously approved. Granted, we were doing and did proffer a buffer for that as well. This house is staying more in line with what's already on Coleman Road, and I don't think it's going to deteriorate the cost of their homes either.
Any other questions for Mr. Nixon at this time?
If I may, and I guess this is for everybody, because I'm coming in on the tail end of this thing, obviously. But the other two-story brick structure that's adjacent to that I'm seeing on, what's the, according to, that's the old conceptual plan, correct?
Yes, that's the old. The large two-story brick
Large, is that
structure,
gonna just
it
be
is going to be
demolished?
destroyed. Yes,
It's
sir.
gonna be,
It is
destroyed?
going to be destroyed,
Okay.
yes.
Why don't you move that one?
We are moving it.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're moving it across the street. I have a lot on Thomas Road that we're moving. The big brick house and the modular home over on Dillard, we're moving those across the street. Fix
Are
them.
you using one of your trucks?
The whole idea behind Singleton's, we were gonna move him somewhere else, couldn't find a home suitable. He wanted his home. He wanted to be in his home. So this came from what was best for Mr. Singleton and being able to remain in his home. And, you know, his house can't be moved very far. That's where this whole idea came about, to where we would be able to accomplish, you know, our plans to help grow the county and, you know, get that home off the road, which is dangerous, you know, currently, but allow him to remain in his home. And the neighbors aren't here tonight. I didn't reach out. I didn't knock on the door. They called me. Bob Adams called me and told me, you know, hey, I've thought about this. We're not going to fight you. Everything you've done has been great. You know, and we worked through some of the details with the landscaping buffer so he couldn't see the house. And we have to fix the home up just to move it. It can't remain in the condition that it's in. So it's structurally sound. It's going to be on a new foundation. The agreement is $20,000. You know, we're going to hook it up to water and sewer, new heat system. I don't know if the roof's going to be replaced or not. Windows, we're going to have to figure out where the money's best spent, because there is a cap to the amount of spending that we're going to do, but it is going to be fixed up in the process. It has to be.
Mr. Bryan or Mr. Creasy? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Questions out there?
Are there any property maintenance building code cases on this structure? Well, my point being, if it is, or even if it isn't, I mean, don't just pick them up from point A and move them to point B and let's forget about them. Let's make sure it's up to building code. Any
Yes,
property
sir.
maintenance stuff.
They would be required to get a building permit to do this, so then it would kick in all the, but that's a great point. Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
No, sir. You've been very kind.
All right. Thank y'all. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing. Any in favor? So, Mr. Singleton, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, I'm David Singleton. And Ms. Hoffman and I had a signed contract where, one, he was going to be allowed to do what he wanted to do on the property that he would be getting from me. So he would, so that was the first meeting. You all liked it. He was approved. The other part, which is just as equal in the contract, is that I find suitable housing. His realtor and I worked to look for a house, the kind of house that I need and that I wanted and that I have now. I don't want to go backwards. I at best want to go forward, if not unilaterally, is to have a house similar to my house in size and shape, and I prefer to have the land that I have now, which is an acre of land. That's the ideal. This, so we want to have that, okay? So what is now, since we can't find a house that is economically to get because of the housing market, we need to find, or no, not we need to, but a house suitable for me needs to be found. My house exists. There is nothing wrong with that house except a little bit of cosmetics. I mean, nothing wrong with that. There is 2 boards that has been torn off due to trees that had came down and ripped the board and wires from the house. David, no.
That's okay, you
He's
can have
okay.
some D.
Can you have this?
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm gonna die anyway.
Yes, yes.
Let's get this.
You're good.
No, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Go
welcome.
sit down.
It's okay.
And
Don't worry
so, a suitable house needs to be found. If a suitable house is not found, the selling of my house is not up for grabs because I don't have a place to live. And when I say that, again, I want to move into a house similar to my house. So if we're not able to move the house, and of course it'll be fixed up, and it will be look nice, and it would be maintained. And if
I'm gonna have to stop you there, Mr. Singleton. Thank you, though.
yeah.
All right, anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this? Seeing none. Anybody wishing to oppose this? All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Board, any discussion? All right, I'll make a motion here. I move that the board approve the conditional rezoning 2023-559 with the voluntary proffers, and the board amend the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-034. With that, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion, any further discussion on this? Mr. Martin, you're scratching your head. All right. With that, all those in favor, vote aye. I vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, this conditional rezoning is approved. Moving on to conditional rezoning 2023-561. Mr. Creasy.
Chairman Board, as indicated, this is your blue square before you on the painting. This was previously approved, as you see before you. This square was the truck business, as indicated in the previous special exception 2 hearings ago, that has now been moved. So this conditional zoning is from B2 to R3 for additional townhouse units, and the new proposed plan would look like this. And so this is a request by Russell Nixon as well for conditional rezoning of 2.013 acres from the B2 General Commercial District to the R3 Multifamily Residential District. The purpose of the conditional zoning is to allow high-density residential. The request is also to amend the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-034. The property is identified as tax map number 155-A-106 portion of, and this request also includes an amendment to the future land use map. As indicated, the referenced section of land is 2.013 acres large. Its existing land use is vacant. However, there is a dwelling structure in the front of the property. Future land use plan does indicate this is commercial, and this is from your previously approved rezonings, and it has public water and sewer and is in the designated growth boundary for both. It is important to note that conditional rezoning request 2023-038 was approved in May of 2023 to rezone 13.86 acres to the R3 district. Since that rezoning, a resurvey of the area has been completed, which shows a total of 14.17 acres. Therefore, if this request is approved, the total amount of land zoned R3 multifamily will be 16.18 acres. The proposed development indicates 2 potential access points, with the main and only entrance for the residents being located off Dillard Road and another one off Coleman Road, which will be strictly for emergency personnel. The development would feature approximately 160 units on individual lots, which is a net increase of 24 units from the previously approved exception. So those 24 units, this general vicinity would be these townhomes here. All the townhomes would need to meet the 2018 Virginia Construction Code. Of course, that would change as time progresses. And there's an existing pond located on the site that the developer plans to use as a stormwater feature. And in general, the property slopes towards that center of that area. There is a summary of comprehensive plan items located within the staff report, and I would like to go over the proffers, if I may, just quickly to go over the changes. First, I would like to say that due to the transport truck business not being located on this property anymore, the applicant is not having to upgrade Coleman Road at all. The entrance would stay the same. However, it would be upgraded to fire access standards. So if the Director of Public Safety indicates that the entrance does not meet his standards, there is a proffer to ensure that those standards would be brought up to date. However, since the truck business is no longer making use of this entrance, it would not need to be upgraded to a commercial entrance. So therefore, with that being said, the first proffer is that the developer shall take full responsibility for upgrading the entrance of Coleman Road and South Amherst Highway intersection to the proposed emergency access at the rear of the townhouse development. This will ensure that Coleman Road will meet the Amherst County fire access requirements as provided by the Director of Public Safety, as shown on the conceptual plan dated 10/1/23. The developer also shall purchase, this is item number 2, shall purchase and install a gated entrance at the back of the townhouse development. The gated entrance will only be used for emergency personnel. Item 3 is to be built to substantial compliance with the new proposed plan. Item 4 is when screening is required, increase vegetative screening from 20 to 25 feet in width where applicable. Utilities shall be underground. Item number 6 is the developer shall provide a double staggered row of evergreen trees between townhouses and existing single-family residential structures. So that would be, if I may scroll out, that double staggered row would have to be against all of these existing single-family dwellings here and here. And if it, I don't believe it'll affect that one down here. So it would be these on Coleman and of course these here as well. And the last proffer is item number 7. The developer shall reconfigure the property lines to match the property lines shown on the conceptual plan dated 10/1/23. There is a recommended motion with those proffers as well in your item summary. Are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions?
Yes, sir. So what did VDOT look at this one?
Yes, VDOT has indicated that they will need a slight update to the TIA for this.
Okay, so more
and-
units, look at.
Yep, so that will
transportation
be
back
indicated.
here.
However, they indicate that the right turn lane should accommodate for that. However, we will not know until a new TIA is submitted to VDOT for review.
Okay, so previously, all they had required was the right turn lane.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
You don't remember Coleman Road?
No, I'm talking about right there on Dillard.
On Dillard into the main access point.
So there's only one way in and out.
Who currently maintains Coleman Road?
That is a private road, which, from my, private roads that have to be maintained by either a POA, private homeowners association, some type of agreement. From my understanding of going through this exercise of these rezonings, nobody is currently really maintaining that road.
Because most likely, it was built way before any type of agreements were in place. So they're exempt, so it's up to the neighbors and people that live in the community to decide when they want to fix it.
So, okay.
Um,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. What are these gonna look like? You know, when I look at this, you know, I mean, it looks very, very congested. I mean, it's stacked. I mean, where, is there gonna be a tree here or there in the community? I mean, it's, like, there's very little open space, period. I mean, it's very, very dense.
Yes, sir. If I may, and this is not included in the staff report, and I apologize. Staff has already deemed these type of uses to have to go through all site plan requirements. So any subdivision for a single-family dwelling lot, for example, that trips the site plan, or even a townhouse, will have to meet our landscaping ordinance for one tree of every 50 feet and one shrub of every 10. So all of these new roads that you see through here will have to accommodate for all of that landscaping.
Sidewalks will be.
Sidewalks are required through the townhouse ordinance from every single townhouse unit. They must have a sidewalk to all common space. So, for example, if they have a garbage disposal somewhere, there must be a sidewalk from all of those units to that garbage disposal, because that would be considered open space.
How many units per acre is that?
Off the top of my head, Russ, would you happen to have that calculation? I know it fits within the.
Technically works to 8 units per acre. But we're below, based on the calculation in the county, we're below the maximum amount we have. We could technically put more units on here.
Well, topography will dictate some of it,
Yes,
too.
topography's gonna dictate most of
What,
it.
I thought you said it was how many acres?
8 units per acre.
Yeah, but you said it was 16 acres? And you said it was 160 units.
Yes. Based on the calculations that we have here, though, based on your proposed new multifamily use, 16.18 acres.
So that'd be 10 units.
That's 10 per acre.
It's 10, you're correct, I'm sorry. I'm thinking, my
planner
brains
math
went
is 10.
to Bedford County. They have an 8 per unit acre. Correct, I'm sorry.
All right, so, I'm sorry, back to Coleman Road. So, I understand now it's going to be improved to, the entrance will be improved off of 29, but nothing else?
No.
Coleman,
The entire road from the entrance all the way to the emergency access point for the townhouse development will upgrade and be improved to fire access.
And who will maintain it?
Mr. Huffines has indicated he will maintain it, and we have gone through that with our county
So
attorney.
we've got assurances that'll be maintained?
Offer.
Okay, good, thank you.
So what is our, you said that Bedford County has 8, what is our density, well, I'm sure they got more than that, but what is our density, allowable density?
so
Give me 1 second, I'll pull it up for you.
your coverages are between, you can do up to 40% building coverage in Amherst. Is that right? Is that the number I'm looking for, 40, or is it 60?
I can answer the R3, Tyler. In R3, it's about 10 units per acre, okay? It depends on a number of factors. It depends on common space and drive aisles and parking lots, but it's about typically 10 units per acre. Now, of course, our MUT&D ordinance can go much greater. Okay.
I did the calculation back in October, and I'm sorry, I was looking at the ordinance when I did it. But I did do, on the top right corner of the site plan, I've listed the percentage of usable area, percentage of area used for townhouses, which is 61%, and then 39% of the site is common area. Anyway, and then that meets the percentages required by the ordinance. I want to also clarify something too. VDOT was actually excited to know that we were not going to try to beef this Coleman Road up for a transport truck entrance and transport truck drive lane. They were actually glad that we were not going to put in the required 30-foot commercial entrance on Coleman Road. And that's because of the spacing from the intersection of Dillard Road and 29, and it just helped in all. Now, we are going to be required to put in and this goes to the next condition that's coming up, we will be putting in a right turn lane into the Motor World site, starting at the intersection of the right-of-way with Coleman Road and 29. But Daniel Brown was ecstatic that we were not going to try to put in another commercial entrance at that site, and that we were going to bring it up to fire code requirements, which the fire code requirement is that it can handle a 70,000-pound tanker truck. So it's going to be a lot of gravel, a lot of improvement to that road that those folks haven't seen in many, many, many years.
How many pounds you said?
7,000.
70,000?
I said 70.
7,000 pounds.
I didn't say 7.
Oh,
70.
70.
Yes. You want my glasses? I mean, it's water under the bridge. I mean, I think it's a mistake not to have more than one entrance in and out of the site. I think you're gonna make it worse with the additional units. I think that intersection is gonna be horrible. I think it's gonna cause accidents, but that's why I'm very interested in knowing what VDOT says about the additional units there. I mean, I'm fine with the density. I'm fine with making it residential. I just want to make sure it's safe. All right, and typically, I've made this comment time and time again. I don't really think it's ready for us until VDOT has said yes or no. All right, I don't really think we should have to be making a decision on it until VDOT has given us, some transportation person has given us the impact on it. Be that as it may.
That's my only concern with, I'm with you, Mr. Martin. I mean, and this is not to be critical of you guys by any means, but we've got so many inconsistencies with VDOT just in 3 different proposals here. I mean, we're gonna move the world at Craftsman Roofing, but we've got 2 projects here that we're gonna approve, potentially approve, and we don't have an answer from VDOT on, and the impact from these 2, I think, are much greater than the amount of traffic that's gonna be flowing out of the body shop.
Yeah, absolutely.
This, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. And again, I want to reiterate, this has nothing to do with you guys.
Well,
But this makes no sense.
But did I understand you to say that VDOT has not gotten involved in this?
No, I discussed this with Mr. Daniel Brown, and explained to him, I actually emailed this to him. He's looked at it. Now, we will be working with Bill Winch out of Charlottesville, going through the traffic impact analysis again. But based on preliminary review of this, Daniel was excited about removing the entrance at Coleman Road, and he does not believe we're going to have an issue getting an access into this site.
His guidance to you was proceed, everything's
Yes.
all right.
And I want to make a statement. So I work with the city of Lynchburg. I deal with Lee Newland all the time, and I've dealt with this process and this problem all the time. One of the things the city of Lynchburg does have in place is a requirement that everything go to Lee Newland for any new access into properties, commercial or real estate, and a large real estate development. And I understand how that works inside the city of Lynchburg. However, VDOT doesn't, and y'all can take this the way you want to, and I've had this discussion with everybody at VDOT. They don't like having to go through these studies like this to give us a timing to meet our meetings and be forced to give a letter of exception for this type of an entrance when there's no engineering design completed, that my clients, and this is the way we look at it in my industry, that we're forcing our clients to spend $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 on traffic studies when we have a 50% vote on something that may or may not get approved. Now, I'm going to tell you, VDOT's they're going to give us an entrance. I've never had one denied.
I get that, Mr. Nixon, yet on the other hand, you're sitting here and you're asking this board to approve projects, right, without enough information on whether or not the impacts of traffic are or not going to be addressed.
They are going to be
So
addressed.
it's-
That's the
it's actually
point.
simpler than that. So I spent 20-some thousand dollars on a traffic study for 136 units with all the commercial. And changing the plan, we just call them, say, hey, does this change anything on your end? We're putting in a 100-foot. No, it doesn't change anything. I mean,
That's how
where
simple
we're
the
at.
answer
So
was to
it's
us.
you know,
It's just a process.
We-
Whether we did the study before for you guys or not, guess what's going to happen?
Okay, so a
When I go
simple-
into formal site plan review, Tom, it is legit. We're going to go through more.
I get it.
They'll
So
to get approval through VDOT.
so a simple, we talked to our traffic engineer, right?
Yep.
And the additional units are not gonna really change the trip gens. Everything's still gonna work. That's what I'm
Correct.
hearing you saying. Was there a letter to that effect in the packet? No. Okay. Fair enough.
Also, Tom, I'm not just anyone coming before you. I'm a licensed professional who has to work within this power of health, safety, and welfare of the community. And I, as a licensed professional, do not want my license put on the line to hurt anyone. So we're going to go through the process to protect the community. That's something else that I think you should consider as well.
and this is a preliminary site plan. The real site plan for the townhomes is over $100,000. That's where we're gonna know how many units. Likely, the unit count decreases when you go through that process.
Exactly.
But we can't, if we have 136 units approved, and the real site plan would have accommodated 140, we can't go up, we can go down, right? So you approve 160, the real number ends up being 120, 30, 40, we're fine, but we can't be higher than that. So,
And Tom's heard
We
me
just
say
need to
this
make sure we're
before.
covered.
We do try to maximize the amount of units we can put on a site for my developer. That's human nature. At the end of the day, your design is based on topography and obviously VDOT.
Thank you.
To me, it seems like, I mean, because one, I don't want to see regulatory bureaucracy stymie business. That drives me crazy. I know you all have to put up every day, but it's your money on the line. If you're telling us that VDOT has made you feel comfortable that you can go forward, there's your money on the line. If they come back and shut you down, too bad, too sad.
Agreed.
it can certainly be a condition, you know, but, you kinda got both sides. You got one side saying, we want this first, and then you guys are saying we want this first, and
Well, it's standard practice in the city for them to send us straight to Lee Newland at the engineering department, traffic engineering, to review those. And I completely understand it. City of Lynchburg controls their roads, they control where their entrance is going to be. They follow the same safety standards as VDOT. There's no difference for spacings of their entrances. I understand it, and I work in that handbook as well. So, but at the same time, we're dealing with VDOT. I'm not spending $1,000 with Lee Newland and Bill Winch. I'm spending $15,000 with Bill Winch and VDOT to get VDOT to send it to Richmond, who doesn't even, these guys don't know this area. Everything we send to Daniel for this type of a project goes to Richmond for review. He doesn't even do it. Then he
Okay,
sends us back stuff. So,
short of it is VDOT will have to approve your entrance, right?
100%.
Okay, good enough.
Any other questions, board?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, anybody wishing to speak against? Also seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board, what's your favor?
I move that the board approve conditional rezoning 2023-561 with the submitted voluntary proffers, and that the board amends the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-34.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Ms. Tucker. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Conditional rezoning 2023-561 is approved. Moving on to conditional rezoning 2023-600. Mr. Creasy, back to you.
This,
This hearing is in reference to the, before your map, the item colored red. This is for this front portion. As you can see, this is the previously approved layout. I would like to scroll down. This is the new proposed layout. So due to the substantial compliance of the plan changing, staff has gone forward with this public hearing, gone before the commission and now you all. So this request, 2023-600, is by Russell Nixon for amendment to the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-038. The property is identified as tax map numbers 155A-109 and 155A-110. The size of this area in general is 6.71 acres. Existing land use is vacant. Zoned is already zoned R3 multifamily, and the future land use map indicates as high-density residential. Mostly my staff report is the exact same as the others. I would like to go over the proffers as they have changed a little bit. So the new proposed proffers for this area would be: 1, the developer shall provide a right turn lane into the townhouse development on Dillard Road. Item 2 is utility shall be underground. Item 3 is developer shall provide a double staggered row of evergreen trees between townhouses and existing single-family residential structures. Item number 4 is that the site shall be built to substantial compliance. And last is that the developer shall reconfigure the property lines to match the conceptual plan shown before you. As I indicated, with the last approved rezoning, this increases the area to 16 acres. I did the math. For 160 townhomes, you need roughly 4.1 acres, give or take. So they are well within the density limits of our R3 zoning. Those proffers and the Planning Commission's recommended motion is in your item summary, and at this time, are there any questions for staff?
Board, any questions for staff?
Changing the layout.
Correct. And I apologize, staff will work, and if we did this wrong, we will work on figuring out ways to, if we have this moving forward, we'll change it. Just due to the sheer number of tax maps, it was quite confusing.
Probably would have been easier just roll them all into one little
Yes, sir.
thing. So, but, you know, that's cool. You did a great job. Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Creasy. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing.
Thank y'all. Tom, I appreciate your input on everything, and you know that. I respect everything you've done for the city as a planner and head of planning. And like I said, I think this is a great layout, the way we've redesigned this. Obviously, topography is going to control the maximum number of units we would get. We did design this to what we felt was the maximum units we could get on this property prior to full engineering design. We will be working with VDOT to finalize any associated problems or issues with the entrance, assuring that we meet all safety requirements needed for VDOT and for Dillard Road. This site will have underground utilities, sanitary and underground power and telephone and cable TV. These units will be built to a standard market that $300,000 to $320,000 units for sale. And I think we're going to have a very nice development once this project is completed. I'm here for any questions.
Sir, board, any questions? We'll go ahead and open up the floor to the public. Anybody wishing to speak in favor? All right, seeing none. Anybody wishing to speak against? Also seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. With that, board, I'll go ahead and make a motion for this one, that we approve the conditional rezoning amendment 2023-600 that amends the proffers and conceptual development plan associated with conditional rezoning 2023-038. With that, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Conditional rezoning was approved. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Martin. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Any opposed? None. Moving on. New business, Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir. The board, this is with employee medical insurance vendor selection. The Board of Supervisors issued an RFP in November of 2023 for employee medical insurance. Responsive proposals were received from Anthem, Local Choice, and Centera. Community Health Plan provided a renewed quote stating they could not guarantee coverage beyond January 1, 2025. Therefore, a committee was formed to evaluate the proposals. I won't read everybody on the committee. It's in your summary report. I will point out that negotiations with the Anthem have led to a 1% decrease in the total premium currently paid by the county. The committee is recommending that staff be directed to contract with the Anthem Direct to provide employee medical insurance coverage for the FY 2025 plan year. That's July 1 of 2024 to June 30th, 2025. This direction is needed now in order to meet the requirement timelines necessary for the May open enrollment period as outlined in the executive summary. I want to thank Ms. Tucker for being part of this committee and helping guide us and provide her expertise. Ms. Tucker, is there anything that I missed that you would like to?
No, that was a very good summary. Thank you.
One question I have, I know it's a 1% difference there to the positive in ours. Is coverage the same?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
That's my concern as well. So they're not losing any of their coverage, deductibles aren't going up, they're good.
Network's still the same?
Outstanding.
I think it's actually better.
It's better?
I think it's better.
All right, and one final question, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, sir.
I know it's a 1% reduction on the side of the county,
On the side of the employees.
all right, on the side of the employee.
Yeah. Am I wrong about that? I thought it was a 1% reduction for employees.
1% reduction in the cost, but we have an increase in dental, so it'll probably
Net zero?
Well, thank you for coming up.
We'll keep it.
My apologies.
We'll keep the employees whole. Does that make, like, we won't raise theirs, but we probably will take the difference and cover the increase in debt. So we haven't worked that out yet.
So they didn't lose
They
anything.
don't lose anything, they don't pay any more. We'll take the hit on our side if there is a difference, but we do owe more on dental this year.
Thank you, ma'am.
My apologies. Thank you for the correction.
I heard it.
Any other questions, board?
Somebody, are we gonna make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move that the board direct staff to contract with Anthem for fiscal year 2025 employee medical insurance coverage.
All right, motion on the floor by Ms. Tucker. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed? None. It's approved. Moving on to the county administrator's report.
The project status report is in your packet. I'm not going to go over it at this time of the night, so if there's any questions, please let me know.
Any questions, board? All right, hearing none. Moving on to the county attorney's report. Mr. Poppins.
I have nothing.
Good man. All right, moving on to the committee reports. Mr. Martin?
Parks and Rec Committee is alive and well, doing very well. Yep. No, they do. They meet every month. They're very involved. The Parks and Rec Master Plan is well underway. They're very excited about the land that we were able to acquire for possibility of a park here in the town, so.
You were good the first time.
Oh, well, I just want to make sure you get your money's worth.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ag Committee, Ms. Tucker.
The Ag Committee's down 2 members, so if any of y'all got any ideas of somebody who'd like to be a member of the Ag Committee, bring them forward. We're starting to work early on the fair, so they're very, very, very busy. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Moving on to departmental reports. Treasurer's report.
Usually it's just for your review and there's no presentation. It's in for your information.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to citizen comment. Anybody wishing to speak at this time? All right, seeing none. Moving on, matters for members of the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Adams.
I have none at this time.
Mr. Martin.
I would just say I appreciate the way this board can work together in a cordial manner. Whether we agree or disagree on things, we keep it professional and cordial, and I appreciate it.
Mr. Pugh.
I have nothing.
Ms. Tucker.
I don't have anything.
I have nothing as well. Moving on to closed session.
I would like to go ahead and make the recommendation that we do not go into closed session tonight and do it at our next board meeting.
I agree.
Oh, man, I'm ready.
We will, that's no problem. We will have a budget.
Thank you, Mr.
We will have
King.
we will have a large budget workshop at our next meeting, so just wanted to point that out. So we can work it in, but I just wanted to make you aware of that.
All right, well, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be 4 hours long or whatever.
We will punt
Okay.
on the closed session to the next meeting. With that, is there a motion to adjourn? For the
So moved.
Motion on the table. All those in favor?